Hello everyone, good morning, welcome to Karori Park in sunny Wellington for this North Island versus South Island series, 21-22 season. Players are congregating on the boundary line shortly to make their way to the middle, and we should be starting in about 5 minutes, so we'll come back to you then. Okay, so as you can see, the players are in the middle. South Island, actually North Island won the toss. They've elected to bowl, which means South Island will bat. Two batsmen for the South Island are Richard Petrie, who will take the first ball, and Mason Robinson. Opening the bowling for the South Island, for the North Island, will be Simon Clark. And looks like we're all ready to go. Wide to start, so not a wonderful beginning for Simon Clark. The day is warming up here at Karori Park in the western suburbs of Wellington. The early morning cloud is burning off and we're in store for a lovely day, I believe. 21 degrees, the expected high. And Mason Robinson starts his innings with a cracking shot out to cover, but they have protection there to cover boundary, and it's just one run for Mason. So we're sitting in the score box here at the Karori Cricket Club. I think it's the Tom something score box. And alongside me, a member of the South Island team, Hamish French. Good morning, Hamish. How are you?
Very good, thank you, Jim. It's a great day to be here.
And to his left, the New Zealand over 50s scorer extraordinaire, the unbearded wonder, Richie Horner.
Morning, Jim.
Ooh, it's a bit short and pulled away over the boundary, I believe. Oh, one bounce, 4 runs. So whatever stage of his innings, Richard Petrie is not going to miss out on a freebie like that. Long hop it was, and pulled it away. There's nobody really on that in that leg side area. Nav Harath is at square leg, but that went well to his right, and he's collecting it and throwing it back in now. So Karori Park, the venue for both of these North Island, South Island matches this weekend. Today's game, plus we have another one on Sunday starting at 10:30 a.m. It's a little bit short and... Oh, direct hit from the fieldsman there. That was some decent cricket. Petrie cutting it into the cover point region, and I think that was Ben Warren who picked it up and knocked off the bails directly. So good start from him. Short again. Petrie cuts out to that sort of deep cover sweeper. So 1 to him. 8 runs so far off this first over. Hamish, have you played here at Karori Park a little bit? What can we expect from the ground today?
I haven't played here a lot recently, Jim, but I'm informed by Liam Roach, who's the Karori Prem's skipper, that it plays a little bit flat. So you do probably more to get on the front foot if it were possible here. But generally known as a pretty good wicket around the Wellington club scene.
All right, so that's the end of the first over. 8 without loss. I was about to say Wellington because these two batsmen actually opened the batting for the Wellington Tasman Firehawks, but both are in fact South Islanders by birth. And that's how this series works. The North Island, South Island, it's like a state of origin situation. It's the island that you were born in, and if you were born outside the country, as is the case with I think 2 or 3 players here today, it's where you first played your cricket upon arrival in New Zealand. Right, so we're going to see Tim Horn, a Wellingtonian, opening the bowling from... What end should we describe this as? The Macra end, Hamish?
Southern end, probably, would it be, I think.
Not sure exactly how the compass lines up here, but okay, we can call it the southern end, and we'll call the other end the city end, shall we?
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, so Tim Horn, who also plays for the Firehawks, he'll be bowling to his provincial captain, Richard Petrie. It's a solid drive from Petrie. I think that one's going to reach the boundary. We're not quite sure how fast the outfield is. It just trickles over the boundary at long off now. So 4 runs to Richard Petrie, his second boundary of the innings. Tim Horn, a bit of a late call up into this North Island side with some withdrawals due to injury and COVID-related issues. It's aerial over point, and it could head out to the boundary. We're not quite sure how long that boundary is. No, it's pulled up short. So just 2. So shot a minute from Richard Petrie here. It's 2 more to him. He's raced on to 11 from 7 deliveries. More runs this time. I think he's timed that one well enough to get to the boundary. Nice bit of timing that one. Oh no, I'm wrong again. That's a bit sluggish, that outfield. I expect it'll speed up during the day.
A little bit of dew on the ground out there, I think, Jim, just from the overnight. But it certainly will dry up. But that was a lovely shot from Richard.
Ooh, Horn beats Petrie that time on the outside. Good delivery. Petrie's actually an admirer of Tim Horn. He's famously named sentence of the best bowlers that he's ever faced. It was something along the lines of Richard Hadley, Wasim Akram, and Tim Horn in terms of the length that they bowled. I'm not sure he quite meant it that way, but... In any case, it's the end of Tim Horn's first over. 8 off each of the first 2 overs means that the South Island raced along to 16 without loss. What else can you tell us about Karori as a club, Hamish? They're quite well established in Wellington.
Yeah, they are, Jim. They're normally one of the stronger, more competitive premier clubs at senior level. They've got a really good junior program as well. As you can see, the size of Karori Park means you can get numerous fields. So lots of teams can be playing here at once. So generally speaking, yeah, Karori is a very very well known and competitive club here in Wellington. My oldest son Sam actually plays for the Prems here when he's not down in Dunedin. He's back down there at the moment at university, but he's a Karori Prems player when he's back in Wellington.
Right. One run to Mason on the drive again, out to the cover sweeper. He's doing quite well, your son, isn't he, Hamish, in the Wellington Under-19s, wasn't he, recently?
Yeah, he captained the Wellington Under-19s at the recent tournament down in Christchurch, and they ended up getting second equal. They lost to both the districts team, Central and Northern, but beat everyone else, Otago, Canterbury, Auckland. So they had a pretty good tournament, really. So they went well.
So this North Island, South Island 2-match series for the New Zealand overseas side. These 2 teams were picked after the IPT, that's the Interprovincial Tournament, which had 4 teams, that was held in Blenheim back in January. And Shortly after this series is completed, a New Zealand over 50s team will be named, hopefully to travel to Australia in July for a tri-series involving Australia and Sri Lanka. So that's yet to be confirmed, but will hopefully take place. So plenty on the line for players here to stake their claim. It's been quite a while since there's been any international over 50s cricket for New Zealand. In fact, it was the 2020 over 50s World Cup almost 2 years ago today in Cape Town, South Africa. So a long time between matches. Petrie drives solidly, but that cover sweeper is in action again. He's been busy. On to Petrie. Hamish, you played in this series last year. What do you think of the North Island, South Island concept?
Oh, I think it's fantastic, Jim. It's for us blokes that are getting to the more mature years, and this whole over 50s setup has been really, really well suited. Cricket is a game where you can keep playing a little bit into your more older years, and everyone takes it really, really seriously, really competitively. So then to have a sort of almost state of origin or state of island type game where you're born is the island you represent, with the North Island, South Island concept, I think is absolutely fantastic.
And of course, over 40s cricket is now being established in New Zealand as well. Come back to that in a moment. You see a nice clip off his legs by Petrie. That was beautifully played. No one stopping that one. Nice bit of timing through the vacant square leg area. So that's Petrie's third boundary. He moves on to 18 off 15 deliveries. Quite a typical start to a Richard Petrie innings. He doesn't even usually take many balls to get his eye in like some guys do. He's happy to hit his first ball for 4. Good start for the South Island.
He very much backs himself, Richard.
Yeah, so over 40s cricket, just only set up 2 or 3 weeks ago. Already had a really good uptake. Plenty of registrations with the carrot of an over 40s World Cup on the horizon, perhaps at the end of next year. And just giving those veterans cricketers a bit of an extended pathway. So if you want to play over 50s cricket, you don't have to wait until you're 50 now. You can start in your 40s, play over 40s cricket. Petrie drives again, squirted it out square. I think that's Ben Warren chasing after it. Just dribbled over the point boundary now. So another boundary for Petrie. Plenty of action so far. 4 boundaries to Richard Petrie. And he's winning this battle of the Wellingtonians. Petrie has actually played for the Crawley club. I believe it might be his home club. Oh, as we see another big shot that's lofted over cover. It's not going to reach the boundary. It's just pitched and stopped inside the boundary there, so he didn't quite get the timing on that one, and 2 runs. But still, shot a ball from Petrie just about, and we've had 6, 10, 11 off that over. 30 without loss we are after 4 overs, so plenty of action. Richard Petrie lives in Karori, which is the suburb that we're in, and I believe he was or may still be a member of this club, so I'm sure he's played on this pitch plenty of times. Former Wellington and New Zealand representative.
When Richard moved to Wellington up from Canterbury, he joined the Karori club, and from what I know, he's played for Karori all through his Premier cricket days.
This fast start from Petrie is allowing Mason Robinson to just take a few balls to get into his work. He's also the sort of guy who likes to score at least a run and ball himself, but he probably prefers to take a few more balls to just get his eye in. These 2 batsmen, Richard Petrie and Mason Robinson, formed a very good opening partnership for New Zealand at the 2018 World Cup. Petrie was injured for the first 2 games of that tournament, but came in for the match against Wales, and the 2 added, I think, 100 or so on that occasion. And then put together several good opening partnerships in that tournament as well. Both of them averaged well over 50 in that tournament. Good bowling from Simon Clark there. He's beaten Robinson on the outside edge there. Hard to tell from this angle if there's any swing or movement. But you've played a bit with these pink Duke balls, Hamish. Do they move around a fair bit?
There's normally a little bit of movement swing-wise in the first few overs, and I find that the leather on them tends to soften up a lot more than they do on either the white or the red balls. So the ball does tend to soften very quickly. Generally speaking, like to field it in the when you're fielding, it doesn't seem to hit the hands with as much sting as what either the white or the red ball does.
Well, that's a better over from Simon Clark. A maiden, was it? Yeah, yes. Maiden. So clearly the first maiden of the innings. He's bowled 3 overs for 9 runs now. After his first over went for 8, his last 2 have only gone for 1. So overall, do you enjoy playing with the pink ball, Hamish, or do you prefer the red or the white? Are you a traditionalist?
No, I quite like the orange or the pink ball because you can see it reasonably well, especially when there's a lot of trees in the background, which a lot of the parks you play on there are, and again we don't tend to play on a lot of grounds with sight screens as such. So again, the colour is quite good as far as being able to pick it up.
Tim Horn just going through some field adjustments with his captain, Adrian Dale, although it doesn't look like there's been too much movement. We've got a cover sweeper on the boundary, we've got a square leg on the boundary, and they are allowed to have one more man outside the 30-yard circle, but I think that's all we have. So for the first 15 overs of this 45 over innings, you're allowed 3 men outside the 30-yard circle. After 30 overs, that increases to 4. And for the last 15 overs, after 15 overs it changes to 4. And for the last 15, you're allowed 5 players out. But North Island just opting for the 2 boundary riders, despite the fact that Petrie has hit 4 boundaries already.
The North Island bowlers seem to just be getting into their work a bit more now. The last 2 overs from both Simon and Tim have been very tidy.
Plenty of bowling options for the North Island. After these 2, they can call on the likes of Ben Warren, Neil Ronaldson, Nav Harath, Darren Sears. As we see a single from Petrie up to wide mid-on. Who else have they got as bowlers? Adil Samani with his leg spin. John Cleland with some left arm medium pace. So plenty of bowling options. That's not even including the captain, Adrian Dale. He won't bowl. He's injured at the moment, but good bowler himself. Don't know if this is a wicket that's known for its spin, is it, Hamish?
To be honest, Jim, I'm not 100% sure on that. No, I couldn't really tell you whether it takes a lot of spin or not. I'm sorry.
End of the 6th over, 31 without loss.
Simon going again.
Simon Clark will continue from the city end. 3 overs. His 3 overs have gone for 9. Where I've gone wrong.
Eight, then 3. So 8 at the first, then another 3, then a maiden.
There's Richard's wife and son come down to watch.
Julia
and Max.
The Petrie clan have arrived. Richard Petrie, a local, lives fairly near to here, I think.
Yeah, he lives in Kelburn, which is
Kelburn,
pretty much
okay.
the next suburb over.
Mm-hmm. One short and cut. Oh, and he's dropped to catch. It's gone out to Tim Horn at point, and it's been put down. So there's a crucial opportunity to dismiss one of the key batsmen in the South Island side. It was short, and he cut it about 20 metres, and went straight to Tim Horn, and he just parried it up in the air but couldn't get the rebound. There's some good fielding by Adil Samani at short cover off a full-blooded Petrie drive. So we might just make a little note of that dropped catch. Petrie on 20, how much costs the North Island side? Still, no runs off this over, so that's a positive.
Yeah, you don't want to give Richard Petrie too many chances, Jim. It might hurt them.
Indeed. At the IPT, he had a strike rate of 144. Averaged 66, I think. And he can be a very destructive batsman. Second consecutive maiden for Simon Clark. So after his first balls were a little bit hairy, he's got back on track. Another local boy, Simon Clark, plays for the North City Club, which is based in Tawa, I want to say. No,
Porirua, I believe.
Porirua, okay.
Yeah.
They're a side that I think merged a couple of clubs merged to become North City, didn't they? About 20 odd years ago.
That could be right, and currently they have current black cap or T20 black cap bowler Hamish Bennett as part of their club.
Single to Mason Robinson. I think Mark Gillespie was a North City player. I remember facing him a couple of times for when he played for North City. Nice flowing drive from Richard Petrie, but Adil Samani again solid in defence and the covers there. So he's hitting it crisply, isn't he, Petrie? But he's finding the fielders on a lot of occasions. So I don't know if that's an ominous sign for the fielding side, that he's timing it so well.
Yeah, and that's where the North Island bowlers at the moment are bowling these last few overs a lot more to their field, which hence why the fielders are getting picked out so much now.
Do you think it was a good decision to field first, having won the toss for Adrian Dale? What would you have done, Hamish?
I think looking at the pitch, it really, I think it's one of those pitches that you wouldn't. I don't think it's going to matter too much. It looks like it's going to play well. You know, over 50s cricket, most teams do tend to seem to like chasing and knowing what they've got to get. Personally, I've always been a believer in if you can bat first and put a decent score on, then that scoreboard pressure tends to get to teams at times. So I really don't think it's going to make a lot of difference.
All right. What about the outfield? Do you think that'll quicken up as it dries?
It should do, yeah. Like the outfield's pretty shaved and short. So from that perspective, I think once that little bit of dew burns off with the sun coming out, it'll definitely quicken up quite a lot. So I think certainly this afternoon the North Island will get the benefit of a quicker outfield.
That run rate's slowed down to just 4 now after a rollicking start. Richard Petrie has faced 3/4 of the deliveries bowled today, making his way to 25. Mason Robinson's, we haven't really seen much of him, it feels like. 3 off 12. He was in excellent form at the IPT, averaging over 100, including an unbeaten century. First run conceded by Simon Clark for a couple of overs with a wide that Robinson can't reach.
The interesting thing with Corey Park here, Jim, is that it's got that running track around the outside, which we can see. There's a guy that's run about 10 laps while we've been sitting here, and it's exactly 1 kilometre in length. So if you're a competitive runner, they tend to come down here and do a lot of training because they know that each lap is exactly a 1 kilometre.
Okay. Do you think we'll see any of the players doing a few laps, perhaps in the lunch break or straight after the game today, Hamish?
I wouldn't hold your breath on that, Jim. There he goes again. That's about. I reckon that's about his 11th or 12th lap since we've been sitting here.
And a very good pace too.
Is he a client of the shoe clinic?
Well, looking at his shoes, I think he is actually, because we're the only ones in town that stock the shoes that he's wearing, which are a specialist Asics racing or long distance racing shoe. So I suspect he might be a customer of ours, Jim.
Of course, for all your running shoe requirements, the Shoe Clinic is our preferred running shoe.
That's very kind of you, Jim. Thank you.
Running shoe provider. I'm just getting Hamish to sign the contract right now.
That's right.
Hamish, of course, the owner of the Shoe Clinic, as well as being a cricketer. As we see Mason Robinson whacking that one down the ground in typical Robinson style through the vacant mid-on. Doesn't look like there's actually anyone at mid-on, so it's headed off down to the boundary for his first 4 of the day.
That was a typical Mason Robinson slap, where he just foot down the pitch and just slaps it, and it's magnificent to watch.
Yeah, he loves to hit straight, does Robinson. Also doesn't mind a cut shot, but yeah, basically playing straight is his go-to area.
There goes that shot.
Right, sorry, I think we lost the live stream for a moment there, but I believe we're back on. 38 without loss after 9 overs is the score for the South Island over 50s, batting first in this Pete Escott Trophy match. Pete Escott was a member of the New Zealand over 50s team that went to Australia for the 2018 World Cup. He's still with us, I'm pleased to say, fit and healthy and well, but he does have a trophy named after him. As we see a nice drive down the ground from Mason Robinson up to long off for a single. The trophy itself was provided by Little India, the Indian restaurant chain. Little India Nelson provided it, so thank you very much to them. It's a beautiful trophy. It's one of their water jugs, actually, which has been mounted and played for 3 times now. This is the 3rd edition of the Pete Escott Trophy. South Island are the controversial holders of the trophy. We'll come back to that in a moment.
2.
So last season, the series was held in Christchurch, 2-match series, and 1-1. And there was a little bit of uncertainty, shall we say, regarding the rules as to who should win the trophy in the case of a split. And it was kind of decided, I think, by Mason Robinson that the holders would retain it until they were beaten.
With a 2-match series, Jim, that's about all you can do, really, isn't it? I don't see what's controversial about that at all. South Island hold it. That's fantastic.
Spoken as a true South Islander, perhaps the opposing argument is that it should be on the line for each match. I think some of the North Islanders did have a problem with the unwritten rules of who wins the trophy, so well, I won't level too many accusations, but let's say the trophy did actually make its way up to the North Island with some of the players following the series. Fortunately, it has been safely returned, and it will be up for grabs this weekend. What was that one?
Completed. Yes. 44 off 10.
44 after 10. It's a solid start for the South Island. They've got a lot of batting to come. Not least the man sitting to my left, Hamish French. Also John Gary, Craig Gibb, Kelvin Scott, Scott McCarty. Who have I missed out?
You've got Kelvin.
Yeah.
Jason Campbell.
Yep.
Craig Gibb. Oh, yeah, you've got Gibby.
Yep, plenty of batting in the South Island side. Looks like we're going to see our first change of bowling now.
Okay. Is it?
Perhaps Neil Ronaldson. He looks to be striding purposefully up.
Is it? To change bowlers. Ronaldson. There we go.
So it will be Neil Ronaldson coming into the attack from the city end. A member of the New Zealand over 50s side that went to the 2020 World Cup in Cape Town. He ended up as one of the best bowlers in that tournament. I think he walked, when the tournament was abandoned, he had something like 9 wickets at an average under 8. So he did really well. Let's see how he goes here. Starts with a single to Mason Robinson, no signal from the umpire, so we'll mark as 1. This comes off 7 or 8 paces, Neil Ronaldson, but gets it through at decent pace for this level of cricket. What's he like to face?
Well, I was about to say, Jim, I've always found Neil reasonably tricky to face. He tends to just skid it through, and then he tends to tell you a little bit about your heritage when he's standing looking at you if you've played and missed it one. So no, he's a classic sort of. I imagine in his younger days he would have been a classic young fast bowler who roared in and let it rip.
Big shout for LBW, but it will just end up being... In fact, There's no signal from the umpire, so there must have been some bat there, unless he's forgotten.
I think what must have been bat.
So we'll have to mark it as a single, and that would be the reason why the LBW appeal was turned down. He does get a lot of LBWs, Ronaldson. At the World Cup, I think he might have even got 3 or 4 in one match against the West Indies.
Yeah, he bowls nice and straight, and wicket to wicket. So I can see why he does get a lot of LBWs.
That's the end of his first over. 5 runs. 3 runs coming from it.
We've got
John Cleland will be the new bowler from the southern end. We didn't see a lot of him at the IPT. Did he bowl much, Richie, at the IPT?
Not a lot. Like a lot of the Auckland side were a little bit underdone, having been locked down until sort of early to mid December. We sort of only had 2 warm-up games and internal trial matches, effectively. So not a lot of cricket played by the Auckland players, and they were a bit underdone in the tournament.
he did bowl in the last game against us in the 3 versus 4 playoff game, and he bowled very, very well. So I'd pick he'll bowl well on this wicket.
Starts with a short ball which is hit out to the offside boundary, but there's a man there. And 2 runs for Mason Robinson. Formerly a Wellington man himself, John Cleland, born and raised here, played for the Onslow Cricket Club before moving to Auckland and joining Cornwall, but he would have played here a lot. Played a lot of senior cricket for Onslow. It's a lofted drive from Robinson, but no timing, and it falls between 2 converging players. 1 more single. It'll be interesting to see where Cleland bats today. He often opens the batting, but there's a few contenders for that position in the North Island side. It's the 50 for South Island side. 50 without loss. Good start for them.
Going back to your question about spin on this wicket, Jim, the more I think about it, the Karori Prem side has a very strong spin attack. So that would make me think that it probably does take a reasonable amount of spin because, as I say, the Karori Prems have a very, very strong spin attack.
Looks like the sun's coming out there, doesn't it? It's just getting a little bit brighter.
Just another beautiful Wellington day, really, Jim. It's what we're used to here.
It's always like this.
Not a breath of wind.
As I mentioned before, we are expecting beautiful weather right through the weekend. High of 21, I heard on the radio this morning, forecast for today. So that's it's just about perfect cricketing weather, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's absolutely perfect for this time of the year. Sort of, we have had a pretty wet summer here in Wellington. Like before Christmas, my Saturday club team didn't get one. I think actually no, they got one game completed from October through to December. Some were rained off completely, and others were rained off sort of halfway through the match. So prior to Christmas, we had an absolute awful sort of weekends anyway, as far as summer was concerned. But it's been a lot better since then.
Been a pretty good battle so far, hasn't it? When South Island openers raced away to 20 after the first 3, thought it might be a big high-scoring game, but been no wickets, but still only going at just over 4 and over. Been some pretty good bowling from the North Islanders and some solid batting from the 2 openers.
Yeah, it's a very even battle thus far. Apart from those first couple of overs that were a little bit loose and gave the South Island openers some fairly easy early runs, the bowling's tightened up immensely, and the batters are having to really work hard for their runs right now.
It's a maiden over to Neil Ronaldson, 3rd maiden of the innings. 2 of them were to Simon Clark earlier. Still, you'd probably rather be the side that has 50 without loss, wouldn't you? Because you can always kick on later.
Yeah, 100%. And the South Island batting lineup has some fairly powerful hitters lower down the order that can come in. So I think a solid start like this by our 2 openers is just exactly what we would have wanted to get. And Richard obviously is the captain, and I think he'll be more than happy with being out there at the moment, 51 without loss.
Another single for Mason Robinson, tickling it around the corner. So this pair batting at the moment, Richard Petrie and Mason Robinson, are 2 of the 3 leading run scorers in New Zealand over 50s cricket for all time. I say all time, it's been going for almost 5 years now. 4 years, 5 years. Yeah, 2017, February 2017 was the first over 50s match played in New Zealand, so 5 years ago. Richard Petrie has, before this game, he has 1,190 runs at over 50s cricket level at 56, an average of 56. No run there for Robinson, well fielded at mid-off. And just below him on the list is Mason Robinson with 1,063 runs at an average of 46. Both of them are behind, or well behind, Adrian Dale, who has 1,561 runs at an average of 60. We'll see Dale with the bat later on today, no doubt.
Yep, he's a run-scoring machine, is AD.
In fact, most of the top run scorers in over 50s cricket are in action in this game. Following Robinson is John Gary, who's also here, Craig Gibb, Andrew Hoare, who's not here today, injured his hamstring. Otherwise he would have been playing. Kelvin Scott, he's next on the list. Adil Samani, John Cleland, who's bowling now. Bert Horner, Scott McCarty. Those are all the players who have more than 450 runs at over 50s level. Expensive drive from Robinson. He's found the gap between mid-off and extra cover, and that one's gone well over the boundary for 4. Second boundary of the innings for Robinson. He's moved up to 19, and that was one of those typical Robinson slaps, as Hamish French described it earlier.
The interesting thing is that Richard Petrie was going along at well over 100 early sort of first 4 or 5 overs, and now strike rate wise, Mason has overtaken him, and he was going along at about 20 as a strike rate, and he's now up to 65 and a half, and Richard's dropped back down to 56. So it just shows how the bowling has definitely tightened up.
I've actually noticed that about Richard Petrie. Most batsmen take a few balls to get their eye in and then start scoring quickly. He's often the opposite. He often starts with quite a few boundaries in his first 7 or 8 balls and then pulls back almost.
Yeah, I think you're right. Well, I get the feeling Richard just works on the theory of doesn't matter what time of the innings it is, Jim. If it's there to hit, he'll hit it, and quite often probably early overs is where there is a few loose balls. And if he's opening or at the top of the order, then if it's loose, he hits it, and so that's where probably he does get away to quite a good fast start more often than not.
At the last World Cup in 2020, New Zealand played against Canada, and I think Petrie hit his second or third ball for 6, and we thought, right, here we go, and he ended up scoring 34 off 92 deliveries. Yeah, it turned out to be a very tricky pitch. He's going to pick up 4 here with a little tickle around the corner that he's timed beautifully, and it's gone over the boundary at deep backward square leg. So it wasn't an aggressive Petrie shot, but it was very nicely timed, as Neil Ronaldson just strayed onto the leg side a little bit. Shout for LBW. The umpire jiggled his hands around a little bit, but didn't raise the finger. Petrie survived. What did that one? Maybe a little bit high and perhaps leg sidey?
Hard to tell whether it was leg side, but he certainly had a large stride forward. Neil does like an appeal, Jim.
Don't ask, don't get.
That's right.
Right, so first drinks break of the innings, 15 overs gone, 61 without loss. Players will take a drink. Be back in about 3 or 4 minutes, I suppose. Make it 5.
Ronaldson should be on strike.
Players in the field now.
It is. Yeah, I think his unwinding pace is probably still.
I think there was some bat on that one, so it will probably be a run to Robinson. Indeed it is. So Hamish French predicting a score between 250 and 280. That would be another 190 to 220 runs from here. That's about 6 or 7 and over. There is a lot. These two can certainly increase the run rate themselves. So, yeah, that sounds about right to me.
I think it'll be interesting when we see some spin introduced to the attack.
I was just going to say something like that.
It could go either way. Could bring a couple of wickets, or it could.
Big shout for something. What was that shout for?
I think it
Caught
was
behind.
for a caught behind down the leg side. But the umpire was very much unmoved. Yeah, so going back to the spinners, I think that could create a couple of opportunities for the North Island, but that's where we might see these two batsmen really, I think, start to put the foot down a wee bit as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, both of these batsmen can be very aggressive against spin. So quiet start to this second stanza, just 1 run off the first John Cleland over after drinks. And that run rate has dipped under 4 for probably the first time in the innings, 3.88.
For that last sort of 20 overs, wickets in hand is gold. Really, I think you'll find, Jim. So if we can just, I think these two guys will just keep batting as they are and loose balls and not take risks for at least the next 5 to 10 overs, and then probably assess where they're at from there.
That cover sweeper is busy again, and it's just 1 run to Mason Robinson. Yeah, interesting talking to Stephen Foster from the England over 50s on the Second Innings podcast, which is all about over 50s cricket. He was saying something very similar to that a lot of the guys over in England, they really put the hammer down in the last sort of 15, 20 overs of their innings there, because at this age group, a lot of the fielders get a bit tireder, and they find they really push hard for the 1s and 2s and the boundaries in that second half of the innings.
That's maybe 1 or 2 wickets down with 20 overs to go. You can essentially then play the game like a T20 and really just try and up the ante. Whereas if you're 5 or 6 wickets down with 20 overs to go, that's where you can't afford to do that.
Do the players, both in the South Island team and in the Wellington Tasman Firehawks and that sort of thing, do you talk a lot about over 50s specific tactics, or is it more just playing each game as it goes?
There's definitely tactics involved, but generally speaking, like in that, I guess most guys know their game pretty well. By the time you get to sort of over 50s, it's really just everyone doing what they know needs to be done. But generally speaking, your skipper will give you a bit of a game plan of what he would like to see happening. But then each person just sort of goes about getting into their work and doing what they need to. The hardest thing in over 50s cricket, I believe, is if your bowlers are bowling loose, because generally speaking the batsmen at this level can still really bat and they can still hit a ball bloody hard. So as we saw in the first few overs in this game, if the ball's loose, these guys don't have to be asked twice before they'll spank it. So that's where you really, as a bowler, you've got to bowl generally full and generally sort of that 4th or 5th stump. So what are we on now?
65.
65. What was the last?
1,
Yeah.
4 dots and a 2.
Okay. I've frozen here something.
And then you've had a dot in this over. Yeah.
We're away. Let's get too carried away. 65.
So you're kind of saying, Hamish, that a good, economical, accurate bowler is almost more valuable at this level because they're a bit more rare, whereas there's quite a lot of good batsmen, but there's maybe not so many tight bowlers.
Well, there are tight bowlers, but if the bowlers get it wrong on any given day, then you'll generally speaking be chasing a big score. And we saw that at the tournament in Blenheim, where there was scores well over 300 on quite a few of the games, and the game of where districts chased down our score and where we got 321, and they chased it down with a couple of overs to spare. So if you get it wrong as a bowler, normally the wickets we play on are very good, and that's a real credit to the fields we get to play on in the over 50s, is that we're playing on good wickets. So if you bowl short, it does tend to just sit up and ask to be hit. Whereas if you're bowling full, you're bringing all your field into play. Like even if someone's hitting a really nicely timed drive, it tends to go to cover or to mid off because you're bowling to your field settings. Whereas once you drop short, it pretty much takes almost all of your fielders out of play.
That's an example of what Hamish French was just saying. Good crisp drive from Petrie, but a well set field prevented any more than one. Right, another good over from John Cleland. 3 runs off it. 4 runs off it. 4 runs off it, sorry. He's got none for 15 off his 4 overs. Ronaldson also in the middle of a good spell at the other end, so not allowing these 2 South Island batsmen to get away, even though they've been batting for 18 overs now. They haven't really got hold of the North Island bowlers apart from the first couple of overs of the entire innings, really.
Yeah, Neil Ronaldson has bowled extremely well. I mean, he's really bowled wicket to wicket, good length, and he's been tough to get away. And as I mentioned earlier, when John Cleland come on, I thought he'd bowl well, and he certainly has.
And again, it's a shot that beats the infield, but not the outfield. And just one more to Petrie. Well, that's hit very fine, and I think that's actually gone over the boundary as Nav Harath put out a boot and did his best to keep it in, but it has just dribbled over the boundary at a very, very fine leg. There's Robinson, just tickled it around the corner. Ronaldson, again, just creeping onto the leg side. And they'll get another single as there's a little bit of a misfield at mid-off by Adrian Dale, who just bumped it away with his knee, allowing the batsman to come through for 1. 7 runs off this over. It's a bit of a better one for the South Island side. Now I see someone warming up in the covers. It looks like Ben Warren. So we might see the first First bit of spin, perhaps. As I mentioned earlier, three spins in the North Island side. There's Warren plus Adil Samani and Nav Harath as well. Again, leg side-ish, and again it's gone very, very fine. This one won't make the boundary. It's going to be wides, in fact. So they ran one plus a wide, so that's 2 runs. And this is turning into quite a good over for the South Island. 7, 8, 9, 10 off it already. The ball to come. And they take another single, so 11 runs off the over.
Still 1 to count.
Oh, sorry, son. Long over. But he does finish with a dot, and just after we were singing the praises of Neil Ronaldson, he's put in a fairly average over. And the South Island have seen their run rate shoot up a little bit to over 4 again, 4.21. As we get closer to the halfway point of this innings. Of course, around the world, in fact, most over 50s cricket is played over 45 overs. Definitely the case at international level, and pretty sure in England, in the county league there, they play 45 overs. Here in New Zealand, all over 50s cricket is also 45 overs. I'm not sure what it is in Australia. It might be 40, or it might vary from state to state. But definitely at international level it's 45 overs. And that seems to be okay. What do you think about playing 45 overs at this age group, Hamish?
Yeah, I think it's fine. Probably if I had my choice, I think just with especially when we play 2 or 3 games in the tournament over 4 days, I personally think that 40 overs would probably be sufficient, because there does tend to be quite a lot of injuries when you're playing back-to-back games, whereas a one-off game, I think 45 is fine. And that's why I was just wondering with the Australians whether they maybe do some 40 overs, especially with maybe the heat that they have over there.
Heat, but also throughout Australia they also have retirements for batsmen at 40 runs, so that does perhaps allow more people to get involved in the game, and if you reduce the number of overs, you perhaps reduce the opportunities for batsmen to bat.
But generally speaking, I think in a format, 45 works.
In Pakistan, for example, they're very much into the T20s over there, so I don't think they have any 45 over matches. It's all T20 cricket for those guys. A lot of it's nighttime floodlit cricket. But you do have that trade-off between wanting to give everyone a go, and the more overs you play, the more chance there is for that, against making the guys stay out in the field too long in the heat. And especially, as you say, when there's 4 or 5 games in 5 or 6 days, it can be quite tricky.
Yeah, it's definitely where the body aches after a game of cricket a lot more at this age group than it did in your 20s or 30s, that's for sure. And even your 40s, like for me personally, I've found that you really notice you've played a game of sport, whether it's cricket or squash or anything like that I play. You really notice it a lot more, I'd say, from age 45 onwards. Battery low. We have Ben Warren.
Yeah, as predicted, Ben Warren coming into the attack from the city end. So we'll see his off spin. He opened the bowling for districts at the IPT with some success. The spell against the Firehawks was quite effective, I think. Or was it in the final that he bowled? Yes, it was in the final, actually. Petrie on the paddle, first ball, and he's timed that nicely. That's going to go for 4. Just a little tap around the corner from Petrie, so he welcomes Ben Warren to the crease for the boundary. And he's getting closer to his 50, Richard Petrie. He's on 46. At an un-Petrie-like strike rate of just 60, but he's got plenty of time to correct that. Less than halfway through this innings we are.
As I said earlier, I think it'll be interesting with the spinners on, and you might see these two batsmen look to up the ante a little bit.
Yes, another dimension to this match is the fact that it is kind of serving as a trial for the New Zealand team. So, as the captain, do you focus on winning the game, even if that means some guys don't get to do much, or do you try to give everyone an opportunity to show what they can do?
Personally, I'd say, Jim, that I think you concentrate, especially in this first game, on winning the game, because as we discussed earlier, the rules seem to be that 1-1 is where the South Island holds on to the trophy. So I'd say first game up, the South Island will be very focused on trying to win it.
Oh, that's well bowled. Beats Robinson on the outside.
Six after 21.
I'm not sure exactly what he bowls, Ben Warren. He looks like an off spinner, but at the IPT he was beating quite a lot of batsmen on the outside edge. So I'm not sure if he maybe has some variations.
I didn't get to face him, so I'm not sure. I've never actually faced Ben Warren. It looks like we've got to change a bowler.
Yeah, I think this is Darren Sears. So this will be quite interesting actually. This is Darren's first match of over 50s cricket. He's only just turned 50, or he may be just about to turn 50 shortly. And he was a bit of a late call-up into the North Island side following some last-minute withdrawals. A local Wellingtonian. Used to play some pretty good level of cricket. Played for Wellington A or Wellington B or whatever they were called back in the day. Played a lot of age group cricket in his younger days. A lot of senior cricket. I want to say for Petone Riverside, but I'm not entirely sure on that. Certainly somewhere up in that hut area.
Yeah, I'm not sure either, Jim.
Slow left arm spinner. He did have a bit of an injury himself on his calf, I think, but he seems to be moving fairly well so far. Although that's a full toss, which has been smashed away for 4 by Petrie.
That's Richard's 50.
And that's 50 for Richard Petrie, thank you. Yes, 51 off 81 deliveries with 7 boundaries. So yet another half century for New Zealand opening batsman. Former black cap, of course. Played, I think, 9 or 10 one-dayers back in the 90s. More as a bowler then, of course. Used to open the bowling. Played in the Benson and Hedges Cup or whatever it was called back in the early 90s. Played in that famous match where Australia couldn't score a run off the last over of the innings, bowled by Chris Pringle. I'm sure we all remember that one.
Bowled that to Bruce Reid, didn't he?
Yes, he did. Yes.
Bruce Reid couldn't get bat on ball, and in today's day and age of cricket, that just seems unbelievable.
Yes,
that it could happen.
Petrie sweeps to the left of the man on the boundary, and that's another 4 for Richard Petrie. So he's taking a liking to Sears' slow left arm spin. It is a tough assignment to bowl to Richard Petrie. Just the one man out on the leg side for Sears behind square. He's also got a long on and what looks to be a straight cow corner, we'll say. And that man Nav Harath is running across to his right to field this one. And that's the end of Darren Sears' first over, which has conceded 11 runs.
Yes. For Darren, it's a little bit of welcome to over 50, Jim. Bowling to Richard Petrie when he's on 50, and not an easy assignment.
No, indeed. Darren has been looking forward to becoming eligible for the over 50s for a couple of years now. Of course, with the advent of over 40s cricket, people in his position will be able to get involved in veterans cricket without having to wait to turn 50. If that's something that you are interested in, over 40s cricket, then you can check out the new New Zealand Over 40s Cricket Facebook page, and it'll give you details on how to register yourself. Similarly, if you're eligible for over 50s cricket and would like to give it a go, there's a New Zealand over 50s cricket Facebook page, which also has the same information.
I imagine the over 40s, Jim, will be very competitive, because there's a lot of guys that when they're hitting 40 are still playing either Prem level of cricket or you take the likes of Hamish Marshall. He was playing Prem level and also for Wellington right up until he was 40. So I imagine the bowling will probably be quite a lot quicker, and again there'll be some pretty useful batsmen, I would imagine.
Yes, there's a number of very, very good players who have already registered. A lot of them are still playing Premier Club cricket. As we see the 100 come up for the South Island with that single to Richard Petrie. So yeah, a lot of good players have registered already, and we're looking for more with a World Cup on the horizon. And speaking of the horizon, looks like Mason Robinson's aimed for the horizon with that one, and he's hit the first 6 of the innings, straight back down over the bowler's head.
72 metres, it's quite clear, that boundary.
72 metres apparently that boundary is, according to Richard Horner, our scorer, who was out there with his golf rangefinder earlier this morning, measuring the boundaries. Nice straight hit from Robinson. So do you sense a change in gears now, Hamish, with the spinners coming on?
It seems like it's happening, Jim, and that's what I thought would happen. I mean, both Neil Ronaldson and John Cleland were bowling very tight, and then once Richard got his 50 and the spinners came on, that's where I thought things might loosen up a wee bit, and that certainly seems to be the case.
Delayed the ball.
North Island hasn't even really looked like taking a wicket so far, have they? There was a dropped catch at point from Tim Horn, and there's been a couple of vaguely serious LBW appeals, but apart from that, the batsmen have looked really comfortable, and the North Island bowlers haven't looked really penetrative at all.
As you predicted though, Jim, that drop catch could end up costing a lot of runs, because that happened on 25, and Richard has just hit another 4, and so he's now on 63, so it's pretty much cost them the best part of 40 runs at this stage.
Yeah, Sears dropping short that time. I think he was maybe thinking of that full toss that he bowled in the last over, trying to avoid that. Well, he did, but he's bowled a long hop which has been pulled away for 4. And Sears just having a little chat with Adrian Dale about what he can do. So he's bringing the long on up and adding a bit more reinforcement on the leg side. Adrian Dale himself going out to a deep mid-wicket. And Petrie goes to the offside sweeper this time. Yeah, so slightly worrying signs for the North Island.
111, all feet off the ground, lads.
Oh, yep, Nelson. Well, I'm from Nelson, so I guess I have to be extra wary. As is Mason Robinson, who's on strike now, and he manages to pierce that gap on the leg side as well with a bit of a slog sweep. So Mason, as a Nelson boy, didn't want to be stuck on Nelson, and he's hit his 4th boundary to go with a 6, and he's on 41. So both batsmen are now striking in the 70s, where they were more in the 50s earlier, and the run rate's up to 49. So ominous for the North Island side, as we're almost exactly halfway through the innings. Or over halfway, really.
Yeah, the heads will be probably starting to drop out there a little bit for the North Island fielders because they really probably do want to pick up a wicket fairly soon, I would think. Otherwise it could be a fairly long day for them.
They haven't bowled terribly. Like, you look at Darren Sears, he's bowled a full toss and a long hop. But apart from that, he hasn't bowled much rubbish, and he's gone for 21 off 2 overs. And Lee with Ben Warren, he's 14 off 2. And he hasn't bowled badly either.
No, not at all. That just shows the value of having batsmen in that are set, because if they'd bowled those same overs to new incoming batsmen, they probably would have had 1 or 2 runs scored off them, and instead they're going at an economy rate of 7 and 10.5 respectively.
Yeah. Quick single there for Richard Petrie. You don't see that terribly often. Maybe he just wants to get back on strike. It was an unusual sweep shot that ended up going in front of square to mid-wicket. No run.
This is definitely a better over so far from Ben Warren. It'll be interesting to see how Richard faces the last 3 balls, whether he looks to be aggressive or just play it out.
He picks up a single to the cover sweeper. Robinson's aggressive with one of those slaps down the ground, and it's going to have enough on it to go across the boundary line now for 4 runs. So that does turn the over into a good one for the South Island so far. 6 runs off it. Hamish, do you think we might see any changes to the South Island batting lineup? Perhaps someone like Kelvin Scott getting promoted up the order, or Jason Campbell perhaps?
Put it this way, Jim, if I was captain, yes. But I'm not, so we'll see. But yeah, the way the game's set up, which realistically 1 more ball and we've essentially got it that T20 sort of situation with all wickets in hand. That's where I'd definitely be looking to put someone like Calvin or Jason up the order, maybe after the next couple of wickets or something, just to really try and hit home that advantage of having this great start.
course, the captain is Richard Petrie, who's out there batting, so he'd know better than anyone, what the conditions are like. But I don't know if he's relayed any messages back to the camp that there's a change in order. I think John Gary was due to come in next, and then maybe Craig Gibb, was it at 4?
I believe so, and I don't think you'd see a change in the batting order for at least the next probably 10 overs. So I think it would more be maybe with the last 10 overs to go, okay, that it might be throwing out Kelvin or listen up the order.
We've also got Scott McCarty who can give it a whack as well. Couple of good balls from Sears to start the over. Maybe he's found his length a little bit more now. He's struggled with the length slightly. Hasn't played a lot of cricket recently, Darren Sears.
Ooh.
Oh, that's a good shot from Robinson. Despite all these men on the leg side, he's found the gap there with a kind of a slog sweep along the ground.
Very unusual shot, but very effective, and that's Mason's 50 as well.
It is
that
too.
Takes him to 52. So again, another great Mason Robinson top of the order knock.
Yeah, he's been in wonderful form at over 50s level this season. As I mentioned earlier, averaged well over 100. I think it might have been 120 or something at the IPT. He's been playing a bit of club cricket too at my club, Wakatu in Nelson. Hasn't been quite as prolific there, but definitely he loves this over 50 stuff, and he gets really fired up for it and wants to score as many runs as he can. That's some good fielding off his own bowling by Sears there.
I think the thing with Mason, Jim, is that he can tend to put the ball in gaps by playing some... Oh, there's a wicket. That's Mason out.
Bowled him, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bowled, looking to sweep, but I was saying that Mason does tend to put the ball into gaps through playing sometimes some reasonably unorthodox shots, but they're just so effective, and that's why I love watching him bat.
Yeah. Well, you won't be watching him bat anymore today. He's been bowled by Darren Sears, looking for a similar shot to the one that brought him a boundary earlier in the over. And that's the first wicket of the North Island, so they'll be happy about that. So will Darren Sears with his first over 50s wicket.
Well, Jim, I think that's time for me to exit and maybe go and get my whites on and look to get a replacement in here for you.
Okay, yes please, if you could find someone else to take over, that would be great. Thank you for your efforts so far.
No problem.
I need to do anything with this, do I?
Right, sorry for the little break there. We just had some technical difficulties caused by myself, but they've been resolved. As we see Petrie on the sweep again. Wow, that has gone out to the boundary fielder. It's struck him on the knee, and it's bounced about 20 metres back towards batsman. So that might hurt a little bit. Anyway, one run to Richard Petrie was the result out of all that.
Still not updated. Yeah, Wi-Fi's on there.
And John Gary is the new batsman. I may have mistakenly called Craig Gibb, but it is John Gary. Right, so Darren Sears coming towards the end of his fourth over. He'll be quite happy that Mason Robinson's out, and the new batsman John Gary, who's treating him with a little bit more respect, is in now. Although Gary does get a run there.
Two off. 134 for one. 34 for one. New bowler.
Right, we've got a new bowler from the city end. It's the third of the spin trio in the North Island side. It's Nav Harath replacing Ben Warren, who bowled 4 unsuccessful overs. And Nav Harath will have a go. Right, 28 overs gone, 137 for 1. Hamish French has departed to go and think about padding up, and Greg Stretch has moved into his position as Crick HQ scorer / commentator. Hello, Greg. How are you?
Good, Jim. How's yourself?
Very well, thank you.
Crack a day.
Beautiful. As we see, speaking of cracking, Richard Petrie has cracked that one over square leg for 4 runs.
Starting to hit the ball rather nicely now, isn't he?
He is. It's been an interesting innings. He started off pretty aggressively, then slowed down for a while, and now he's picking things up again. So we could be in for some fireworks over the next little while. What's the chat down in the South Island changing room area?
Initially, the wicket was a bit slow. So again, you're not really sure. I suppose in the historical IPT tournaments, the teams want to field first and then know what they're chasing.
There's another sweep to Petrie. It's gone to the other side of the fieldsman there for 4 more.
I think you'd be looking for 250 plus. I think on the big outfield here, the wicket's playing, as I say, a little slow and low, but it's certainly no demons, isn't it?
Full toss that time, and it's another single to Petrie out to the cover sweeper. So he's moved up to 79 now, in sight of another century. I think he's already got probably three centuries. I think at over 50s level, Richard Petrie. This could be his 4th if he makes it, of course. John Gary on the sweep as well. There's just one guy protecting the sweep there, so if it doesn't go straight to him, then they could be in trouble. Fortunately, that one did go straight to him. So that's the end of that first over for Nav Herath, which has gone for 12. Darren Sears is going to continue. He is the only bowler with a wicket so far. John Gary pulls out the Gary scoop for the first time today. It's a favoured shot of his, and he'll pick up 2. He's one of the rare batsmen who does play one of these newfangled scoop shots at over 50s level. I don't think the only other one I've seen do it was Robbie Kerr back in the 2018 World Cup. He was doing a few things like that, but most of the players at this age group are fairly traditional, aren't they, Greg, in their stroke play?
Very much so, Jimmy. Sort of an exception to the rule, but he plays it nicely, and obviously looks like he's practiced a fair bit, so he knows how to play it.
Yeah, he does practice it. Not a shot that's in repertoire, is it?
No, I don't mind the slog sweep, but the paddle are not one of my favourite shots.
Ever played a reverse sweep?
No, that's not the repertoire either. I think my old coaches would tell me off if I started doing a reverse sweep. It's quite a modern day shot now, though.
I'm sure your son plays it, does he?
Yes, he plays it a lot, practices it a lot, and gets some quite good runs from it, actually.
Did you teach him to play it?
No, he's had some coaches that have done that, and almost self-taught too. He does a lot of training.
Okay.
It's all about keeping your head still, watching the ball.
Mm-hmm.
Probably no different to a normal traditional shot. Not going to do any laps this afternoon, Jim?
I'll never say never, Greg. But in this case, I can pretty confidently say I won't be doing that. Yeah. All right, so we've reached the second drinks break after 30 overs, with South Island just a touch under 5 and over. They're going at 4.93. It's 148 for 1. And the players will come off for a little glass of water, and we'll be back on in about 5 or 6 minutes.
Tom?
79.
Lovely. Yeah, apparently we pulled his hammy, did something to his hammy, and pulled it out. So yeah, so I got the late call up.
So we're into the last 15 overs of this South Island innings. 9 wickets in hand. They'll be looking to put the foot down and score probably at least another 100 off these last 15 overs. That was the first of those completed from Nav Harath. And so we're just having continuing to have some technical issues. All of those, or both of us who are using devices, the man with the traditional scorebook is coping quite nicely with his pen and paper. Those of us who have battery operated things, we're just struggling here. I've got the wrong score for John Gary, and Greg Stretch is battling away with the scoreboard.
Which is the animal I'd just like to say to our listeners, but I'm sure there's many that's now working perfectly, thanks Jim.
Okay,
It's
good.
only you that need to pick up
Okay, so you're sorted. I'll focus now. So do you think they'll still be looking for 250? That's another 100 runs off the next 14 overs. It's
I think
6.5.
That'll be a target, I think. Jim?
Do you think that's a winning score? 250? Sun's out, outfield's speeding up.
Let's pick up. Historically, you'd probably say no in over 50s cricket, because generally most teams, as I said earlier, like to field first and they know what they're chasing, but I suppose with 9 wickets in the hut with some big hitters and Kelvin Scott, Jason Campbell to come, 100 might be the minimum. They might be looking for a little bit more, but a lot will depend. It's probably not a lot of pace in the wicket where you can really start to use the pace of the wicket, so you actually got to make the pace, particularly with the slower bowlers at the moment.
Darren Sears has come back quite well. He took a little bit of stick in his first couple of overs. That may have just been a factor of not having played a lot of cricket, but seems to have found his length now. Oh, have a go at the bowl's end. 1 run to Petrie, hard-earned single. And he's into the 80s now, Petrie. John Gary, not really a T20 specialist. He's sort of effectively coming in with 20 overs to go. He does play a bit of T20 and he can innovate, but he's more of an innings builder. Oh, he's been given out here. Here we go. So looking to innovate a little bit, trying to sweep Sears away. He's been given out LBW and Sears has his second wicket. So good start to over 50s cricket for Darren Sears. He's got 2 for 30 now.
Kelvin, the new batsman.
Yeah, and we're going to see Kelvin Scott. He's been promoted up the order. He was down at number 8, but given the circumstances, quick runs the order of the day. That's what Kelvin specialises in. And he'll be happy to get this promotion, I think. I'm not sure he was delighted about batting at number 8. But here he is at number 4.
Monty's next, then Jason, then me.
Ooh, quicker ball from Sears to end his 6th over. He's got 2 for 30. Well bowled for him. Alright, Nav Harath to continue from the city end, bowling to Richard Petrie. Ooh, beats him on the outside. That's a good delivery to a guy on 81.
Quick work behind the stumps by Bird Horner. Being tidy today as usual.
Have you played here before, Greg?
No, first time at Karori Park. It's nice, nice looking ground. And as I said earlier, great day for cricket, and a lot of people making use of the facilities and doing lots of laps and fitness work, which is good to see.
Has cricket brought you up to Wellington in the past? In your Marlborough rep days or anything like that?
When I was growing up, I used to have a few tournaments up here, and our senior side hasn't played up here at all. And I suppose the only thing that's really brought me here is watching the test matches at the Basin, which obviously a great ground to watch test cricket at.
For sure.
That's a good thing about cricket, being able to move around and play on other grounds, and can't always be at Pale Horton Park. Which would be nice for the wickets that we've got there.
Yeah, if you could bring the wickets around with you, that would be good. That was a really good over from Nav Harath. Managed to keep Petrie quiet, just one single off that over. So just a little bit of a lull since Mason Robinson was dismissed. We've had his dismissal and then John Gary's, and that run rate that was up to just below 5 at the drinks break is now down to 4.6, but that's right, just a temporary slightly slow period. I'm sure it'll pick up over the next, what have we got of overs left? You get the feeling that Petrie would like to break loose here, don't you? He may as well. He's got 8 wickets in hand.
Got some tight bowling from Sears.
Yeah.
Come back after a poor start, but this has been some impressive bowling in conjunction with Harath as well.
Yeah, I wonder what Petrie's tactics are here. He doesn't seem to have quite got out of third gear throughout the innings. The odd boundary and a few sweep shots here and there, but he hasn't really gone down the ground all that much.
I think the key is probably to try and get the singles and get Kelvin on strike. He can obviously, as we know, give it a good nudge, and then Richard put away any bad balls that are given to him. But I think run a ball is pretty much paramount from there on.
So if you haven't seen Kelvin Scott play, he's very strong down the ground, loves to go in the air, also fairly good on the cut, but I think he'll be giving these boundary riders a bit of a peppering if he manages to stay in for a few overs. Really good timer of the ball usually, Kelvin. Another really good over, just one off it for Sears, to follow one run off the previous over from Harath. So Sears has definitely found his length. That's where he struggled in his first couple of overs. But since then he's been really good. Picked up 2 wickets, the only 2 for the North Island. Nav Harath has been rummaging around in his box of tricks. He's always working on new deliveries. His Nav, every season he comes up and tells me about a new mystery ball that he's got.
Very excitable character is our Nav.
Yeah. He loves cricket, loves bowling, actually makes cricket bats in his spare time.
Good job.
Ooh, leading edge from Petrie. So what's Petrie dealing with? He's got a long on, cow corner, mid-wicket, and a backward square on the boundary, and it's that backward square man who comes in and picks up that one after they score a single. So definitely not breaking loose yet, Petrie, but with Petrie and Kelvin Scott at the wicket with 10 overs to go, it's probably what you'd want if you're a South Island supporter. And who did they say is coming in next? Is it Scott McCarty?
Scott McCarty next,
Yep.
and then Jason Campbell at this stage.
Okay, so lining up the hitters.
One ball to go in the 35th, only 1 run off it, so again another good over from Harath.
Ooh, that one's flighted up, and Scott has a bit of a dip at it, but it just squirts out on the leg side, and just a single. So yes, another very good over, just 2 runs off that. It's only 4 runs off the last 3 overs. So North Island will be delighted with that. They'd probably like to get one of these 2 batsmen out, ideally Petrie, I'd imagine. So it's probably quite even at this stage as we head into the last 10 overs. Of course, South Island have only lost 2 wickets, but they haven't got away from the North Island, as we thought they might about 10 or 15 overs ago. So what's Adrian Dale going to do for these last 10? Is he going to continue with his spinners? No, he's said, Sears, thank you for your bowling spell. 2 for 31 off 7, but we'll go back to John Cleland, who bowled good spell earlier.
You may be keeping Sears for a couple of overs at the end, possibly.
Perhaps, yep. You can still go back to his opening bowlers, Simon Clark and Tim Horn. We haven't seen Adil Samani have a bowl yet, which I thought we would. Might be a bit late for him to come in now.
Lennon bowled well, 5 overs for 16 in his first spell. So 10 overs to go, so good to see a bit of fireworks here, Jim.
Hope so. As a neutral, I'd like to see some good hitting. Whoops. Bit of a misunderstanding. Kelvin Scott thought he'd take a run, but had to wait for Adrian Dale to dive over the top of the ball before he could make sure.
You get some good interest for the over 40s, Jim?
Yeah, I was just saying earlier, the registrations have been really good. Over 120 people have put their names forward so far in just a couple of weeks.
That's great.
Which is a great response. It sounds like there was a lot of latent demand there. A lot of people are saying, this is great that it's been done, and I've been waiting for this to be set up. It's really encouraging, and a lot of good over 40s cricket around the world actually. 14 countries have expressed an interest in participating in the over 40s World Cup. A lot of them have a lot of really, really good players who are still playing serious club cricket around the world.
So what's the plan for that? Is it an IPT type tournament next summer?
Yeah, so we'll try and arrange a national tournament for the first half of next season before Christmas. Venue and dates still to be confirmed. And then hoping to get the Australian over 40s over here in the second half of next season.
Nice.
And then the World Cup at the end of 2023. Again, not quite sure where that'll be yet. We have an idea, but it hasn't been announced yet.
Right. That's a good carrot for people to keep playing the game.
Exactly right, and that's what several guys have said so far. They were thinking about hanging up the boots because they're entering into their 40s, but now they've got a reason to keep going. 2 reasons really. They got the over 40s, and then they got the over 50s. And then the 60s and 70s if they last long enough. Two runs to Kelvin. Scott. He's just working into his innings. 4 off 10. Ooh, edgy from Scott, but doesn't quite carry to the man at, what do you call that position? Is it a
short third man?
Short third man. And they take a single. So another fairly quiet over. 2, 3, 5 off it. I wonder if the pitch is just a little bit difficult to score runs on. You said the feedback was that it was a little bit slow, Greg?
A little bit slow.
Yeah.
I think that's sort of, when you, particularly with the slower the bowling, I think the harder it is to get away. So it might be in the South Island plans this afternoon when we field.
Well, South Island have some good slow bowlers, likes of Andrew Nuttall, Greg Stretch, of course. Kelvin Scott probably falls into that category. Bolden. Kelvin Scott looking for that slog sweep over mid-wicket, missed it entirely, and he's been bowled. So, third wicket down.
Get on up to go and find someone. So
So 3 wickets down for South Island. Kelvin Scott's been bowled by Nav Harath for 6. And we've got Jason Campbell coming out at number 5. He's a big hitter. He's not going to mess around. So things have slowed down a little bit for the South Island since drinks. The score at drinks was 148. So since then we've had just 15 runs off 6 overs. So not the sort of acceleration that you'd expect in the last third of the innings. But the good news is that John Gary has just walked in and sat down next to me. He'll be able to report back on the pitch conditions and all that good stuff, as well as keeping the Crick HQ all updated and operating the scoreboard, and he's going to love all this stuff.
You make me nervous, Jim.
That's the idea.
Good.
Okay, so Harath to Campbell. Campbell's definitely not going to mess around, I'm pretty sure about that. Starts off with a single, down to long off.
Yes, I'd say he'd be given a little bit of a licence here with...
I don't think he needs a licence.
A licence is probably not the word. But, a very attacking batsman.
Virtually 7 since drinks. There's been 16 runs.
Yes.
So, how do you see that?
The bowlers have bowled very well, but it also is reasonably friendly bowler conditions. It's not as easy as it looks out there. Obviously, the scoring rate was good with the new ball, but as that softened, it became a little more difficult to play. But Petrie's batted very well, sort of within himself in a lot of ways to keep it ticking along. And 87 of 120 balls on that track, I think, is pretty good.
So what's making it? What is it about the pitch that makes it difficult for batting?
It's a used pitch, so it's a little low, and it's just not coming on as much as you think. It's quite hard, but it just doesn't come on as much as you think it's going to. Haven't done this.
1 to 57, so we've got it up to 166. What was 1 round to pitches?
John Clundon to his 7th over. He's bowled well, just going at 3.5 per over on this wicket that John Gary has described as a little bit slow and low, used, not terribly easy to score off. Well, what's happened there? It's a full toss, I think. It's gone down the leg side. It's beaten the batsman and the keeper. I think it's going to be wides. They've run 2. He hasn't signalled wides yet, I don't believe. He is now. So that's a total of 3 runs. 3 wides. Plus 2. So the man who got you out, Darren Sears, he was playing his first game of over 50s cricket today. How did he bowl? Or what was he bowling? Obviously slow left arm, but was he...
Slow left arm, but very good line. It was very, very straight. So I was looking for him to pitch outside of the sticks to attack him, but I chose one that wasn't outside the line to try and work, and which was my downfall today. But trying to push the score rate along, conscious of moving the score along.
Swing and a miss from Jason Campbell. The 2 JCs up against each other. John Cleland versus Jason Campbell.
Yeah, John Cleland's bowled very well today. It's, economy rate of 3.8 is very good, particularly for a medium pacer on this track. I think it's a very good effort.
Would you describe it as a spinner's wicket or a medium pacer's wicket? Slow bowler's wicket?
More of a slow bowler's wicket. At least with the medium pace, you've got the extra pace to do something with.
And do you think it'll get harder for batting as the day goes on, or easier?
Yeah, I think it'll get more difficult, particularly with the likes of Andrew Nuttall bowling. I think it'll be very difficult to get him away. I think we can see from the scoring rate of Richard Petrie as well is reduced. It just shows that the guy's been batting for 37 overs, he's not finding it that easy.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's full. Head on the pad. Maybe a bit leg side-ish. Hard to tell from here. We're almost sitting at cow corner. Anyway, it's the end of the 38th over. Score is 171.
Richard, what's the overs?
7 overs to go in this South Island innings. First innings of this first match. Nav Haraf to continue. He's bowled 5 overs, starting at 6th. It's made into a full toss by Jason Campbell, who sweeps it round the corner for a boundary. His first boundary. It's nice and still running down onto one of the other pitches here at the rather large Karori Park. So he got well down the wicket to that one, made it into a full toss, swept it round the corner.
Always hold it down. You need to move it. This changes that up and down. And that's increments of 1 each time. Just keep pressing it up or down to the track.
And that one's shorter and faster, and Campbell goes onto the back foot this time and cuts it out to the cover sweeper just for a single.
We haven't seen a deal with Samani Bowl yet. Is there an injury? Or?
No, I was mentioning that before. I'm quite surprised. I thought he would have been one of the front liners. But no, we haven't seen him. Maybe Adrian Dale feels that he was not needed, or maybe he is injured. And it's time for Country Calendar on Channel 1. Now that was John Gary's ringtone, as we see Richard Petrie dab one down to third man, and they'll come back for 2. Petrie on the sweep again. He's timed that really nicely. It was only a few metres to the right of Darren Sears there at backward square leg, but the timing was so good that Sears had no option but to go and retrieve it again from that same field that he was on a moment ago with the Campbell boundary. So 4 runs to Richard Petrie, takes him up to 94. And a little bit of acceleration here for the South Island team. Sweeping again. This one's just more of a paddle, but doesn't get really anything on it, and there's no run. End of that over. 6, 10, 11 off it. Good over for South Island. So Richard Petrie closing in on his 100. Just trying to think how many hundreds he does have. He scored one in the first IPT back in 2019. Got one in the second IPT as well. He didn't get one in this recent one, so he's got at least 2. I think it might be the 2 that he's got, so this could be his 3rd. Big swing from Jason Campbell. He's got hold of it. It's gone over the head of the man at backward square leg. 6 runs. So good hit there, just using the what pace there was on that ball and swinging it back over deep backward square leg. Good shot. Just checking on those Richard Petrie centuries. He scored 144 in IPT 2021. Scored 103 in IPT 2019, so those are his 2 centuries so far. This will be his 3rd, if he gets there, of course. Campbell goes big again, chance of a catch. It's gone over the head, just over the head of the man on the boundary. It was straight to him, but had enough strength on it, did Campbell, and it's gone for another 6, so consecutive Sixes.
Would you like me to go take that perfect?
So this is just the acceleration that the South Island wanted, with consecutive sixes to Campbell, and he's gone straight again. Chance of a catch. Taken. Ooh, well taken over his head by Simon Clark. He came running in, and then I think he might have regretted it slightly, as it was timed better than he thought. But he stuck both hands up in the air and grabbed it. So that's the end of Jason Campbell after a brief but useful cameo. 19 off 9 deliveries.
Yeah.
What was it? Karori to?
So fourth wicket down brings, who's this? Who's coming to bat now? Is that
That is
McCarty? Scott McCarty. Scott McCarty is coming at number 6. So last ball of the 40th over from Cleland. He's taken his first wicket as well. A good spell from him so far. 1 for 40 from 8. We'll make that 1 for 41. As Petrie knocks that down to the catch taker, Simon Clark. And he moves up to 96, does Richard Petrie. Just 4 runs away now from that third over 50s century. And from all accounts, it's been quite a smart innings from Petrie. Not his typical all guns blazing effort. He's gone at a strike rate of 71, but it sounds like batting's not all that easy. And to confirm that, I'll ask Kelvin Scott, who's come into the Cricket HQ hotspot. How did you find batting out there, Kelvin?
Yeah, it was a bit slow out there actually. Just certainly not coming onto the bat. So as we've seen, playing across the line is probably not the way to go.
Which is what you did.
Yeah, which is what the first 3 batsmen did, and not the way to go. So yeah, very slow. Not much turn either. So
Not much turn.
not much turn.
Okay.
Who have we got here? Rolly, isn't it?
Oh yeah, so Neil Ronaldson back into the attack. He's gotten in for 23 off 5 overs, more or less. Right, 5 overs to go, 196 for 4. What would they be looking at from here, do you think, Kelvin?
It'd be at least 250 we want.
Oh, that's 50 54 or 53 runs now.
It was a stop, was it?
As a wide.
That was a wide.
So Kelvin Scott predicting 10 runs and over for the last 5 overs. Let's see how he goes.
Presumably we get some bag on ball ladders.
I think Petrie might look to get to his 100 and then
So,
accelerate. Yeah, no, nothing to lose at that point. Ooh, it's a bit of a, we can call it a slow bouncer perhaps, and somehow he's managed to turn it around the corner to
That's his 100, boys.
behind the keeper and bring up his 100. So well batted, Richard Petrie. Third over 50s century for former Black Cap and Wellington first class player Richard Petrie. 100 off 131 deliveries, 13 boundaries, no sixes, interestingly. And that was a slightly unusual boundary, but they all count. And has a swing at that one, but makes no contact. So well batted, the South Island captain. And he's gone. LBW. So we were talking earlier about Neil Ronaldson getting a lot of LBWs. He's got another one here as Petrie sort of almost went walking down the pitch. And he was actually quite a long way down the wicket when he was hit, but I guess the umpire figured it was still going on to hit the wickets, which of course it will have done. End of a really good innings for South Island captain Richard Petrie, batting well in the conditions. 100 exactly for him. And South Island have lost their 5th wicket with the score on 200. And Hamish French, who just recently was in here, he'll be going out to bat now. Gets a few words of advice from the skipper, who walks off to some applause from the nice little crowd that's gathered here at the Karori Cricket Club.
Under 100, of course.
Oh yes, of course, yeah. COVID regulations prevent a massive crowd from assembling here today. Otherwise, I'm sure we'd have thousands, but, you know, government rules, we have to follow those. So first wicket for Neil Ronaldson. In fact, that's Neil Ronaldson's first over 50s wicket of the season. He went through the IPT wicket list, which is very unusual for him. But he's picked up one now. And Hamish French off the mark with a single straight away. So these two players have played a lot together, McCarty and French. They both play for the Wellington Wanderers side. They were both on tour recently with the Old Tablelands 11, I think it's called, which went up to Hawke's Bay. So they played a lot together, good friends as well. And they've got 5 overs here to get as much as they can. So a single to finish the over.
Yes. That's 41 gone.
So John Clelland's bowled 8 overs. I think he's going to be replaced here. He's allowed to bowl 9, but it appears that Tim Horn will be returning to the bowling attack. No sign of a couple of guys who often bowl. Adil Samani and Simon Dodds, both generally considered frontline bowlers, I suppose. Neither have had a bowl so far. Tim Horn's bowled 5 overs. He'll bowl his 6th now to Scott McCarty initially. who hits down the ground. Hamish French is one of the fitter over 50s players going around, so he races back for 2. So Calvin, would you say this is the sort of pitch that you wouldn't mind bowling on?
Yeah, I think so. Be a nice, good one. You got to get your length right though. But yeah, definitely.
It's 4 runs, well hit, crisp off drive from Scott McCarty. There's no one at long off. There's a mid off, but
mid off.
Yeah, it went past him and down to the boundary for 4.
Great shot. Yeah, it's definitely not a bad track to bowl on. I think you don't want to be bowling too quick on it.
Well, that's not a problem for you.
No. Slower the better.
Shout for LBW, given not out, but they will take a leg bye. Do you think you'll get a bit of swing as well?
Yeah, a little bit. JC was getting a good swing there.
Yeah.
Good at that. So yeah, hopefully it carries on. It's quite muggy out there.
No run this time, as Hamish French hits it straight to Simon Dodds, is it? At mid-off. That's in the air.
That's 6.
It's
No,
just bounced just inside the boundary. Good shot from Hamish French, little wristy flick.
11 off the over so
And,
far.
landed just inside the boundary, so
Great shot, pretty.
8, 9, yep, 11 off the over so far, with the ball to go. Yeah, really nice little pick-up shot from French there. No run that time. So end of the 42nd over. 2:14 is the score. We've got 3 overs left.
2:15 for 5.
Yeah.
Nice setting here at Karori Park. Nestled in the suburb of Karori with plenty of nice looking houses surrounding the ground. Some
Rolly still.
trees in the background, which you probably won't pick up on the screen there. Anyway, Neil Ronaldson to continue into his 7th over.
Push it.
Yeah, they'll have to bat well to get to 250 from here. But McCarty hits that one crisply. And, it's a good bit of fielding from Nav Harath down there at long off. Just threw his hand out and saved a couple of runs. Still 2 to McCarty. That's whipped away. It's gone very, very fine again. We've seen a few of those today. Very, very fine and well over the boundary for 4 runs. So
Shoot you one.
if Neil Ronaldson has a fault when he's bowling, it's that he sometimes just stray down the leg side, and anyone who can play a leg glance, which Scott McCarty can do, can sometimes pick up a few runs there. So 4 more to McCarty. He's moved along pretty well to 14 from 8. Just what South Island would like at this point. And again, that's on his legs. Clipped out to the man on the square leg boundary. Just a single. I think we've seen a pretty good battle between bat and ball today.
Yeah,
Calvin, would you say?
I think so. It's good batting, but some pretty good bowling.
Yeah.
Well,
appeal from the wicketkeeper for LBW, but not so much from Neil Ronaldson, who, as Hamish said earlier, he does like an appeal, Neil Ronaldson. But, so the fact that he didn't go up for that one suggests there's probably very little in its favour. It's a nice crisp cover drive from Hamish French out to the cover sweeper.
Head off. 2-2-3 for 5.
The crowd has swelled temporarily as a gaggle of school children walk past. I don't think they're going to stay for the whole game, but you can probably hear them through the mic there. A couple of cricket fans in there, I think, by the looks of things.
It's Tim Horn still.
So a couple of last minute replacements facing up here. Hamish French slashes that one out at point. It's not going to go to the boundary. It's fielded there by Adil Samani, who underarms it back, and there's a couple of runs. So yeah, Tim Horn the bowler and Hamish French the batsman, both replacing other originally named players. And it's gone high up in the air. There's a chance of a catch. It'll take some catching. It's a sprawling effort by John Cleland out there. He did really well to try and get that, but he couldn't, and it's gone under him and out to the boundary for 4. So Hamish French winning the French horn battle. Classical.
Yeah. I'll have to do one there, Scotty.
It's a full toss, which goes straight to the fielder, but Hamish French runs with the shot, and they end up taking that single quite comfortably in the end.
230. 240. Remember.
156.
McCarty goes big. It's gone. It's landing in front of Simon Clark, but yeah, Hamish French very quick between the wickets. He makes that 2 quite comfortably. And McCarty has clubbed that one past John Cleland at long on for 4 more. That got there very quickly. Well-timed shot from Scott McCarty. And that's the end of the over. So Scott McCarty's raced along to 21 from 11. Hamish French 13 from 10. And we're up to 236 at the end of the 44th. So 1 over to go. Kelvin Scott's bold prediction of 250 is still on the cards. And if we go back to the beginning of the innings, I think I recall Hamish French predicting 250. So we'll give him a little bit more credit because he called it from right at the beginning of the innings. So it's Neil Ronaldson to finish things off for the North Island. Swung away down to fine leg, but no real contact, and it's a leg by in fact. Ooh, swing and a miss. It felt like it had a little bit of extra zing in it from Neil Ronaldson. Bert Warner, the keeper, belatedly appeals for a stumping, believing that the ball bounced off his person onto the wickets with McCarty out of his ground, but he hadn't. Anyway, dot ball. 4 balls to go in the innings. That's a beautiful shot. Length ball, and he's picked it up lovely over square leg. Great bit of timing from McCarty. That's 6 runs. Possibly the shot of the innings.
Rolly might not like
Definitely
that.
up there. Who?
Rolly won't like that.
No. A great hit from McCarty. And what a little cameo he's playing. 27 off 13. Oh, and it's beaten everybody. Oh, I think you must have nicked it, I think. It's
so.
gone for 4.
Yep.
But past where a slip would have been. So
247.
4 runs.
250s there, just about.
Yeah, 4 more to McCarty. He's on 31 off 14, and suddenly we're up to 247. So that 250's probably odds on now, and that'll be a really good target for the North Island to chase, or for the South Island to defend. Ooh, big loopy slower ball from Ronaldson that time. And unfortunately for him, it's been called wide. Good option, but just didn't execute it. So still 2 balls to go. That one's on pace, and it's gone up in the air. Chance of a catch. Falls in front of...
Richie's gone.
Oh!
He's already there.
Falls in front of Adrian Dale, who flings it at the stumps, but Hamish French racing through for the second
250.
gets in there and does bring up the 250 that was predicted right at the beginning of this innings, and they've got a ball to go to see, just put a little bit of icing on the cake, which McCarty does by hitting it to wide mid-on. They'll come back for 2. And they finish the innings with 252 for 5, with Hamish French finishing 13 not out, and Scott McCarty 3rd out from 16 balls with 4 fours and a 6. Excellent effort from him. I'll go through the scorecard in a moment.
Yeah, just a bit tighter and shouldn't I?
So North Island, they won the toss, and they decided to bat. So I'm just bringing up the scorecard here as the players walk off the field to some applause. It was a good opening partnership from Richard Petrie and Mason Robinson, the 2 New Zealand openers. Mason Robinson was the first to go after 25 overs when he got his 50. Then he was bowled by Darren Sears for 52 with the score on 127. So good opening partnership from those 2. John Gary came in at number 3. He took 25 bowls for his 10 before he was LBW also to Darren Sears. Kelvin Scott came in next. He managed to get 6 off 14 bowls. He was bowled by Nav Herath, swinging across the line, as he explained to us earlier. That was 164 for 3. Jason Campbell came in, whacked a couple of 6s and a 4, 19 off 9 for him, before he was caught. Clark bowled Cleland, and then Richard Petrie reached his 3rd over 50 century before he was LBW Ronaldson for an even 100. And then at the end, Scott McCarty and Hamish French added 50 exactly. with McCarty 35 not out from 16 deliveries, 4 fours and a 6, and Hamish French 13 not out from 11. Best of the bowlers, probably Darren Sears, taking 2 for 32 off 7 in his over 50s debut. Other wicket takers, Neil Ronaldson, 1 for 51 off 8, and John Cleland, 1 for 41. So the players will take a lunch break now, and we'll be back in about 40 minutes. So join us then. that right?
Yeah.
I think he's treating it more like a trial match, whereas Petrie seems to be winning at all costs. Yeah, I think, I don't know. I think it probably should be a trial match first and foremost.
Yes, JC and Colin Owen's going to open bet 3, I think Adel was 4. He wasn't in the tops, it might be 6.
Okay. I mean, he could just be thinking, well, he's maybe the best player of spin, and he wants to be there when Nuttall comes on.
Possibly.
So JC and Colin. Okay.
I don't know, he's going to do the...
Cricket, shoot, we'll get someone.
Is he going to walk with it?
Huh?
Is he going to walk with it?
Oh, no, we need
someone
from batting side to...
A lot flatter seeing them, and stitching's very flat. We had a pink kookaburra turf ball, test ball, last night as we might be able to get some cheap to use, but the stitching was a lot more raised with that.
Well, it's just done by machine. It's done by hand.
Sorry, which one?
Kookaburra's done by machine.
Are they?
So those two, so on the kookaburra, that there is just sign around and sign around, whereas jerk, they do all the way through, so it stays low.
Right.
It's fascinating to see them.
To actually make them.
Yeah,
I've watched on YouTube with them. They're just doing all this by hand and by eye to get and getting the spacing of all the stitching.
And you know, so and they can probably shave. They've probably shaved that off because kookaburra is certainly higher.
Yeah,
Seen there. Oh, you'll learn that too, Ken, to start before 2:45. We'll do 40 minutes. That's not long enough. Oh, not for us. It'll be for more than that. Quick game's a good game. What's Nuttall's first name?
Andrew.
Umpire the son of the National Under 17 tournament. A number of years ago, yeah.
You go and ask for someone.
Yeah, Tim Horn's going to kick us off.
22,500 new cases, 5 deaths.
Okay, all is in readiness for the start of the second innings in this North Island versus South Island contest here at Karori Park in the western suburbs of Wellington. South Island scored a competitive total of 252 for 5 from their 45 overs, highlighted by 100 from Richard Petrie, the captain, 52 from Mason Robinson. And now the North Island have walked out to start their chase. John Cleland and Colin Owens will start things off for the North. John Cleland will be on strike to the bowling of Kelvin Scott from the southern end. Here we go. Just very gentle medium pace. Kelvin Scott bowls in swing, but no real pace, but generally pretty accurate. So it'll be up to the batsman to take the initiative against his bowling, because he won't give too many free balls away. Start from Cleland. Nice little bit of timing as he clips that down to the boundary. So just as I said he wouldn't give any free balls away, he's plonked one onto John Cleland's legs, which he's turned around the corner for 4 runs. Good start for John Cleland. Keen followers of over 50s cricket will recall that in the corresponding fixture last year, John Cleland scored an unbeaten century to take the North to victory in a similar sort of chase. He and Adil Samani did the bulk of the run scoring on that day. That was at Heathcote Cricket Club in Christchurch. Again on the legs, and again flicked around the corner by Cleland. Finer this time, and the man at fine leg prevents more than one being scored. So, Colin Owens on strike. He will have played here a lot. Local boy. Played a lot for the University Club, which is based just down the road in Kelburn. But he would have played against Karori a lot. Played a lot of senior cricket. Still playing good level cricket. I think senior reserve for the University Club. Left-handed opening batsman. So Kelvin Scott will be swinging the ball away from Owens. Oh, it's beaten the batsman, the keeper, and first slip by the looks of things as well, and it's gone down to the man on the boundary, and they've run, how many? Two byes to finish the first over. Speaking of local boys, I've got one next to me here. That's Tim Horn from the Onslow Club. How are you, Tim?
Good afternoon, Jim. Very well, thank you.
Tim was fielding for the North Island side in the first innings, opened the bowling. How did you find things out there today, Tim?
A couple of tough overs at the start, and then got into some rhythm and bowled 3 tight ones, and then came back at the end to get taken apart by some of my Firehawks teammates, Scott McCarty and Hamish French.
Right.
But that's the life of a bowler.
Looks like Scott McCarty's going to open the bowling. Not a lot of seam bowling options in the South Island side. There's Jason Campbell, but he usually bowls a little bit later on, and Scott Mason, of course, but he generally bowls second or third change. So So we're going to see Scott McCarty with his little medium paces. He's probably just a little bit faster than Kelvin Scott. A bit more of a bustly bowler. These look like leg byes, 2 of them I think. Let's wait for the umpire's signal. No, must be runs. No signal there, was there?
No.
The bowler was trying to convince the umpire, but
Yeah.
he wasn't having any of it.
Is this a ground you've played on a lot, Tim? You're an Onslow man, aren't you?
Yeah. We haven't had any Karori teams in our grade for a couple of years, so don't get to play many games out here now.
Another 2.
2 more to Cleland. He's made a brisk start, 9 off 6.
I think the last time Jonathan Cleland played here, there was a stream coming through the middle of the pitch, he said, through the field. So it's been remodelled since then.
Well, I wanted to ask about that because the last time I played here there was a stream as well, and I remembered it being here, but then I just thought I had misremembered because I thought, well, you wouldn't get rid of a stream. But anyway, there's a stream of runs here as Cleland cuts that one through the point fieldsman out to the boundary for 4. So our resident engineer Richie Horner is explaining how you turn a stream into a grass field. How does that work, Richie?
Well, you pipe the stream, Jim.
You
And put it underground.
Very simple process, apparently.
I think it's diverted around the outside, possibly as well, somehow.
Yeah, the stream went basically right through the middle, and this field that we see here was, as I recall, basically half the size, right?
Yeah.
Right. And how long ago did that happen?
No, don't know that.
I played here, I think, last in about 1998. So
Between then and now.
Between then and now, okay.
Just a couple of years ago, Jim.
Yeah. Oh, that's going to be 4 more for Cleland. Another crisply hit back foot, kind of a cut, I suppose. Yeah, very good timing from Cleland. He's looking good so far. The cover sweeper didn't have too much work to do, but he couldn't get around. Such was the power timing in that cut shot from Cleland. He's whisked along to 17 off 8. We did see a good fast start from the South Island team as well, so maybe the brand new ball flying off the bat a little bit. That's a wide. John Cleland usually is a fairly aggressive batsman by nature. So Tim, you were a bit of a late call-up to this side. What would you otherwise be doing on a Friday?
Probably be watching the live stream of the game, Jim.
No doubt.
At work,
No
getting
doubt.
paid for it. Yeah. So it's probably better off taking a day off work and here playing.
You can be part of it yourself. No one's paying you. Well, you're still getting paid, aren't you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Nice drive from Colin Owens. It's partially stopped by Scott McCarty, who chugs after it and retrieves it, but Colin Owens scores 2 to get him off the mark. Another nice little bit of gappage from Colin Owens, and he's going to pick up a boundary as he hits it between the two men at long on and long off, or mid off, and out to the boundary for 4. Nice drive from Colin Owens. He was another man who was in excellent form at the IPT, the over 50s championship. Scored just under 200 runs, including a century in the first match of that tournament.
Only batted 3 times as well, didn't he?
Yeah, I think he got a 100 and a 50 as well. Yeah. Still playing a good standard of cricket here in Wellington for I think it's the Victoria University Club. I think it's their second team, which plays a good standard of cricket. And nice little push and run there, so a good batting from Colin Owens. It's warming up in here. It was a little bit chilly earlier, but hopefully it doesn't get too sauna. Still better warm than cold when you're in Wellington, isn't it?
Can change quickly.
Yes. Seven off that Kelvin Scott over. And just like the South Island started off at, I think they were going at round 7 and over for the first 3. North Island are going at 9s after 3. 27 without loss. What was the feeling at half-time among the North Island side, Tim, about that score of 252 for 5? About right? Or,
Yeah, well, we're about to find out. But speaking to Richard Petrie at lunchtime, he thought it was quite a competitive score. He thought the pitch seemed to be a bit slow and low. If you watched the innings that he played, you could see that it was probably not his usual belligerent style of batting, that he was playing a lot of paddles and laps and sweep shots. So we'll see. I think it will be, it's probably a good score. I heard that Hamish French said it was 250 was about par. Did he do that when he was commentating?
He did make that call, yes, it's true. He's quite proud of himself.
He was, yeah.
Might suit someone like Colin Owens chasing down a score like this. He would have batted on pitches a lot. A lot. He would like this a lot, is what I'm trying to say.
It's been a good start for us. Hopefully, it's probably a better run rate than South Island had, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm. A little bit better.
They might have been 30 or 4 or something, but
Yep.
and then slowed down. Nicely played.
It's beaten the man at short third man, and they will come back for 2 runs there. So 2 to Colin Owens. He's just batting the way that he bats, picking up 1s and 2s and the odd boundary. And John Cleland, more of the aggressive type, who's going to look for boundaries first, probably. Thought we might have seen Matt Everest wicket keeping for the South Island today, but Mason Robinson's got the gloves as he usually does. Matt Everest, wicket keeper for the Canterbury Otago mainly the IPT. Perhaps he'll go in the second game on Sunday, or they might split the innings, perhaps. We see Richard Petrie coming into a short mid-wicket. I know he's being moved around now by his bowler. A few changes here. Craig Gibb coming over to point, is it? Yeah. So we've got a short third man, a point, and then a cover point. Interesting little selection there, those three men.
Oh,
And,
right.
and the bowler bowls on the leg side, and Owens flicks him around the corner, coming back for two. This will be an interesting throw in, just not enough strength on the arm to stop him coming back. So in the end, a comfortable 2 for Colin Owens.
6 off.
6 off that over, 33 without loss after 4.
Seems to be running in twos a bit harder.
We're running two harder.
These
So yeah.
than the other.
So with Kelvin Scott bowling to John Cleland, we've got a slip and man being sent back to deep backward square leg on the boundary. I think that's Andrew Nuttall perhaps. And that's where the ball goes as Cleland plays that little leg lunch again, as he's done a couple of times in this innings. So that brings the left-hander, Colin Owens, onto strike. Still got a slip. We've got a... Is that man on the offside or the leg side? I think it's a third man.
That's offside, yeah.
Third man. And so that third man, he's the only fielder outside the 30-yard circle at this point. South Island can have 3 men back, but they've chosen just to have 1. And then we have a point, cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and a man just in front of square on the leg side. As Kelvin, as I mentioned earlier, just swinging the ball away from Colin Owens. Owens lets that one go through to keeper Mason Robinson.
Shot.
That's a good shot from Colin Owens. Finds the gap between, just to the right of the cover point fieldsman. Just latching onto that short length from Kelvin Scott. 4 runs to Colin Owens. Well played. And the good start for the North Island continues. 38 without loss after 5 overs. The 2 batsmen going almost neck and neck. Cleland is 18 and Owens is 17. Ooh, swing and a miss from John Cleland to that ball that was pitched up outside the off stump from McCarty. What sort of fields he got? Still just the 1 man back. Oh no, 2. There's a third man, both, fine leg actually, that might be, and a cover sweep. Again, can't pierce the field.
nice. Well played.
This time it's just to the left of Andrew Nuttall, is it, in that fielding position there? Oh, no, yes it is. And they do pick up a single. So the field switches around again as the left Colin Owens comes on strike. Hello.
The horse and cart.
Appeal for LBW off that last ball of the Scott McCarty over, given not out. And that ends the 6th over. So 6.83 is the run rate for the North Island side. That's a good start from them. Similar sort of pattern to the what we saw from the South Island, getting off to a start, no wickets lost. Full toss from Kelvin Scott that's whipped away past square leg and will go out to the boundary for 4 runs. So just losing his length again a little bit there, Kelvin Scott, and he's been punished to the tune of about Colin Owens' 3rd boundary in his score of 21. He's on the drive this time, nice cover drive, which is well fielded by Scott McCarty. It wasn't hit with a lot of power, but still induced McCarty into a full-length dive, which also brought his trousers down halfway. Fortunately, he had some long underwear on. But just a single for Colin Owens. Another full toss, which John Cullen has hoisted away down to square leg for, we're just waiting for the umpire signal, 6 runs. First 6 of the innings. Full toss from Kelvin Scott, who's struggled with his length today. And well picked up by John Cleland, hoiking it over the square leg boundary. So a few early issues for the South Islanders, who would have been expecting Kelvin Scott to be his usual accurate self. Instead he's going at 8 and over so far. And again he's just drifted onto the pads of Cleland, who picks up another single. Short and cut by Owens, but only down to third man. So we've had runs off every ball in this over, 4-1, 6-1, 1. And it's a full toss again, which Cleland doesn't take full toll of, just knocking it out to fine leg for 10, 14 runs off that over. It might see the end of Kelvin Scott's spell. He's had 4 overs, none for 31. Quite unlike him, he's usually very economical. So we could see perhaps the likes of Jason Campbell come on next over, or Scott Mason. Looks like a lot of Scots in this South Island team, first and last names. And quite a few Masons. Well, 2 Masons. 2 Masons and 3 Scots, plus a Scott Mason, just to confuse things. So clearly, if your name is either Scott or Mason, you have a very good chance of making the South Island over 50s cricket team. John Cleland. John Cleland cuts again, well in front of square. In fact, it's gone to the right of the cover sweeper there, so good strong shot from John Cleland out to the boundary for 4. Short again, similar sort of shot. This time he's hit it to the fieldsman. It's Jason Campbell out on the cover boundary and just a single. But some early warning signs for the South Island team, who, as Tim Horn explained to us, were pretty confident at half-time. Do you think they'll be worried yet, Tim? Or is it too early?
Well, I think slow bowlers will probably be the way to go, and I don't think they'll be too far away from the South Island to bring some slow bowlers on, which will probably slow things down. The pitch lacking a bit of pace and bounce. But there's still Jason Campbell and Scott Mason, who aren't spinners, are medium pacers.
Mm-hmm.
So it'd be interesting to see if they come on next, or if the very slow bowlers come on.
Well, in terms of spinners, there's really only Andrew Nuttall as a frontline spinner. We've got John Gary and Craig Gibb, who are part-time offies.
Scott McCarty would back himself for some leg spin as well.
Okay.
And off spin.
That over. Another good one for North Island. There's 61 without loss after 8 overs. That's 7.63 and over. And, oh, of course, we forgot Greg Stretch. And he is the man who's going to bowl a bit of off spin from the southern end. Didn't get a bat today, Greg Stretch, but he's getting a bowl at first change from Kelvin Scott. Just bowls a bit of gentle off spin, Greg Stretch, but pretty accurate. And I'm sure he'll just pop the ball on the spot and make the batsman do the work.
do the scoreboard as well.
Good start to this over for Greg Stretch, just the single off his first 4 balls. Trying to pull things back after the North Island got off to a really fast start. Not a big turner of the ball. Greg Stretch really just relies on his accuracy. And so that is a really good start. First over, just 1 off it for Greg Stretch. Change of bowler at the city end. It's going to be Jason Campbell, Marlborough man, who's moved up to North Island, now lives in the Hutt Valley. Bowls pretty similar sort of pace to the man he's replacing, Scott McCarty. Just comes off 5 or 6 paces. Quite a shouldery sort of bowler. Bowls wicket to wicket. Starts with half volley on leg stump, which Colin Owens has flicked away beautifully over square leg for 4. Very nice shot from Owens. It's his 4th boundary and his score of 29 off 27 balls. He's looked really good so far, as he did during the IPT. That one went down the leg side, but not called wide by the umpire. So he may have got away with one there, Campbell.
The batsman was keen for it to be called.
That one is a wide that time. So they're persisting with those 3 men on the offside. You've got a sort of cover point, a man just behind point, and then a short third man. There must be something that Richard Petrie knows about Colin Owens' play. He's had that field for most of Owens' innings so far. Owens also very strong on the leg side, as we've seen with a few flicks. We've seen a couple of nice cover drives like that one, but that one's gone straight to the man and finishes the over with a single. So boundary off the first ball of the over, and then a wide and a single, so 6 off it. Scores 68 after 10, so that's 6.8 and over. LBW there. Greg Stretch taking the first wicket for the South Island team as John Cleland was trying to turn that one around the corner, but it was a bit too straight. Hit him on the pad. The peel went up, and so did the umpire's finger. So John Cleland, after gliding along to 32, has found himself dismissed for that score. 4 fours and a 6 in that total from 28 bowls. And Greg Stretch makes the breakthrough after a very tight first over. He's now claimed that first wicket. And so that is the first wicket, 69 for 1 after 10.2 overs, so run rate's pretty good. And we've now got Bert Horner coming in at number 3 for the North Island. Bert Horner is the captain of the districts side at the IPT. Captained them to second place in that tournament this year. And he's out of Whangarei. And he could be starting with a boundary. In fact, he is. Gets a nice gentle full toss on his ankles, which he clips through mid-wicket area for a boundary. So 4 off 1 ball for Bert. Good start. It's quite a tight field that he's got. He's got Richard Petrie at a very short mid-wicket. And the 3 men on the offside are all hunting in there, perhaps knowing that it is possible to tie Bert Horner down sometimes. I don't think they want to give him any free opportunities like that first ball that they did. It's another low full toss, but this one has just hit fielder. Successful over for Greg Stretch. A wicket and 5 runs off it. He has 1 from 2. Just a reminder of that first innings score that South Island got, 252 for 5. Richard Petrie, 100 exactly. Mason Robinson, 52. Scott McCarty, 35 not out off 16 at the end there. That was a really great contributor to getting the North Island on target. And Hamish French, 13 off 11. Jason Campbell, 19 off 9. They were the main scorers. Maybe the pick of the bowlers in that first innings was Darren Sears, playing his first game of over 50s cricket, and he's slid into the Crick HQ's commentary position next to me. Afternoon, Darren.
Afternoon, Jim. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Good, good.
You enjoy your first foray into veterans cricket?
Yeah, it was a bit of an experience out there. But, obviously, seen some of the games go in the last few years, and thought wanted to have a look, see how we could go.
Was it what you were expecting in terms of standard, all that sort of thing?
Yeah, I think there's certainly a lot of talent and quality in both sides here today, so on display. And so I didn't expect it to be any different than that. And yeah, the quality certainly, very good bowling, good batting, good fielding. It's what I thought it would be. 3.1.
It's through the gap. It's beat the sprawling Craig Gibbett point, and it's gone away for 4. So just using the pace of that delivery was Colin Owens, and slash kind of a square drive, I suppose. Brings him 4, and he continues on his steady progress. 35 off 34 he is. So Darren, tell us a little bit about your own cricketing history. I think you played a bit of Wellington A, didn't you?
B back then. Played a lot of age group cricket for Wellington, where I skippered the, I think, under 16s, 18s and 20s. So it's good to see some of the familiar names still playing these days in this grade, and a lot of T20 cricket. Guys keeping it going.
So would you have played with and against some of the guys who are playing today?
Yeah, definitely played against pitchers and around club cricket. Scott McCarty, CC, Colin Owens there, around in the club scene, and also Wellington and Hutt Valley battles over the years. So Stretch still going. Yep. And Bert's still on strike now.
No, it's Colin Owens on strike.
So what happened in that last over?
141.
So I'll better go back. Dot 141.
Yep.
What's that last one?
You've done it before, obviously.
No.
So still early stages of this innings, but the run rate required is 5.18. They're going at 6 3/4, so they're ahead of the run rate at this particular stage. And how much cricket are you playing yourself these days, Darren?
For the last few years, 3-4 years ago, I was playing a bit of third grade with few of the guys that are watching down below stairs there now, but in the last couple of years has been playing some of the T20 games around in the Hutt Valley, which is keeping quite a few of the older players continuing to play these days.
Mm-hmm.
And which are looking at, then looking at into the over 40s and over 50s cricket.
Nice back foot drive from Bert Horner, picks up a couple more for him. So he's looking assertive in his brief stay at the wicket so far. Bert Horner, 8 off 12, keeping things ticking over. Jason Campbell choosing to come around the wicket now to the left-handed Colin Owens, who to mid-off. It was a misfield there, so they're going to get more than the one that they should have got, and they'll in fact double that and get 2. I think that might be Matt Everest there at mid-off, or was it Kelvin Scott? Kelvin Scott, I think it was. We'll accuse him and forgive, or ask for his forgiveness later if we're wrong. More runs for Colin Owens as he guides that one down to the left of the third man, and looks like it's been stopped just inside the boundary by, I think, Craig Gibb.
Come back for the first 3 of the day.
First 3 of the day. 3 to Colin Owens. A nice little shot just using the pace. Sounds like the wind's picking up a little bit out there. We are in Wellington after all. Yeah, definitely getting a little bit windier, but still a beautiful day. As Horner picks up another single, as he guides it down to man on the boundary here at backward point.
90.
So six more off that over. Jason Campbell's gone for 18 off his 3 overs. It's 90 for 1 after 14.
after 15 they were on 61 points. So after 14 they were 57.
That's some good batting from Bert Horner. Nice little push up to mid-on and runs with the shot. So Kelvin Scott has no chance of preventing the single. And Bert Horner moves into double figures. 10 he is off 18. Colin Owens does the same. Just pushes and runs. And again, Kelvin Scott can't really do much about it. Oh, full toss that Bert Horner just gently pats down to Richard Petrie at short mid-wicket, so he probably missed out on an opportunity to score there. He will score runs this time as he cuts out towards the cover boundary, but it'll be hauled in by probably the fastest fielder in the game. That's Hamish French, who keeps it down to 2. So 2 to Horner. And we reach the first drinks break. 15 overs gone, 94 for 1 are the North Island in pursuit of 253 to win. So they need a further 158 runs with 9 wickets in hand. And they'll have a quick drink, so will I, and we'll be back very soon.
24 to 15 versus now 61. They can get to 90 until the 22nd over.
So the North Island are 33 runs ahead of where South Island were at the comparable stage at the first drinks break. No wickets had been lost in the South Island innings at that point. So I don't know if the conditions have changed at all, or outfield may have got quicker. There's probably a bit more assertiveness in the running, as we saw there with that aggressive single from Colin Owens. We didn't see too many of those from Petrie and Robinson. But Colin Owens and Bert Horner both run hard between the wickets, I think. Comfortably played by Bert Horner out into the covers. He's 12 off 23, so not a rapid strike rate. Keeping Owens company and trying to push the singles where he can. Has squirted out down to third man off the outside edge, and that will bring a single to Horner. More good batting from Colin Owens, just pushing and running again. I think he's realised that if he just takes off straight away, it's pretty unlikely he's going to be run out. And again, it's Kelvin Scott, so maybe they've just identified him as maybe not the quickest fielder to the ball. See Kelvin Scott and Mason Robinson just having a wee chat here now. Maybe it's something to do with that. But that's about 3 or 4 times now that Colin Owens has just plonked it straight out to Kelvin and started running.
We'll change a bowler.
So Greg Stretch bowled 4 overs, 1 for 15. That was a good spell from him, but he's being replaced by Andrew Nuttall, the all-time leading wicket taker in over 50s cricket in New Zealand. I'll bring up his statistics in a moment. He's taken 61 wickets, an average of 16.43. That's 20 wickets clear of the next person, which is Scott Mason, who's also in this South Island team today. So far and away the most prolific wicket taker in over 50s cricket in New Zealand, Andrew Nuttall, still going strong at 64 years of age. Still loves his cricket just as much as ever. Was super excited to hear that there's an over 40s grade in New Zealand now, so he can try out for that as well. And certainly showing no signs of slowing down, and still very difficult to get away. Real master of his art. Varies his pace, works out batsmen really well. Played first class cricket for Canterbury. Made his debut back in 1978. When I was 2 years old, he was playing first class cricket. Here he is bowling to Colin Owens. So there's nobody on the leg side. There's a deep mid wicket on the boundary. There's no one else on the leg side further round behind square than that. Plenty of room for the sweep if Owens is good enough, or the leg glance. Nuttall encourages batsmen to sweep him. He quite likes it when they decide to do that. Sees it as an opportunity to take a wicket, but there's a huge gap right round from that deep mid wicket fielder right round to third man. There's no fielders there. Obviously pretty confident that he can bowl a good line, Andrew Nuttall. So Andrew Nuttall, not only is he the leading wicket taker in New Zealand over 50s cricket, he's second on the list of all-time wicket takers at international over 50s level. Second equal. He has 21 of those. Second only to Stephen Foster of England. So Foster has 33 wickets at that level. Andrew Nuttall on 21. Equal with Sean Cooper from England. Nuttall's started with 4 dots. First run's conceded as Owens cuts that one, and he'll pick up 2 runs. Shout for LBW, not out though. And that's the end of the first Nuttall over, 2 runs off it. So one suspects that Andrew Nuttall will be the key bowler for the South Island team, as he so often is. If he can pick up a few quick wickets and not concede many runs, that will really help us out. But if North Island batsmen can play him comfortably, then it will set them well on the road to victory. Jason Campbell from the other end, he's bowled 4 overs for 21, so he's going at a bit over 5. Let's see what he can do now. There's a big shout for something. I think it might have been an edge, but the keep catcher, I don't believe. Looks like the bails have come off as well, so they could have just been appealing for everything, but nothing's been given. No one seemed particularly certain, did they? What was your take on that one, Darren? What did you see?
It's something outside off, but there was a noise, but hard to see from this distance and angle. Not knowing the batters, if they'd hit and walk, don't know.
I don't think Bert Horn is a walker. I don't mean to cast aspersions on his character, but I just don't think doesn't strike me as a guy who would walk unless it's a clear edge. I'll confirm that with him later, after a beer or two. So still just the 2 men out on the boundary, that we are allowed 4 out at this stage. Richard Petrie just opting for the 2.
Good call.
So it looks like the South Island are on to Colin Owen's attempts to just tap and run. They were quite tight on that one. In fact, that's 2 in a row now that he's tried to just bunt into the offside and run, but the fielders have made that impossible.
Just change their line and make forward.
Elaborate? Elaborate?
Oh, I think that was a good line. I think they've just sort of pulled it back a little bit shorter and just outside off to tighten it up a wee bit here. And it's been 2 good tight overs.
Indeed, for just about the first time in the innings, the run rate required is higher than the run rate being scored. Not by much. 5.6 versus 5.5. So 152 needed now off 162 balls. Still 9 wickets in hand, but with Andrew Nuttall likely to bowl 9 tight overs in a row here, that will mean that most of the scoring will have to be done from the other end.
Where's the run rate? Run rate's it.
Good use of the feet there from Horner, clipping it out to mid-wicket. There's nobody there, but Kelvin Scott will chase it down, and they'll come back for 2. So good assertive batting there from Bert Horner. That one's shorter and flatter, but it is down the leg side, and it's called wide. Good bowling from Nuttall, Nuts as he's known. Doesn't play much club cricket these days, plays a bit for the Willows, which plays against school first 11s mainly, plays a little bit of President's cricket. Apparently last season he played a game of Premier cricket in Christchurch, called in to fill in. It's the top level of club cricket in Christchurch. Just took a lazy four wicket bag, if you don't mind, at the age of 63. Plays for the New Zealand over 60s and the over 50s. He's planning to go to the Gold Coast in Australia for the over 60s World Cup in September. And I was only half joking about him wanting to play over 40s. I think he would actually give it a go if he was asked. a good 3 or 4 overs from the South Island here. They've slowed things down for the North. Similar sort of pattern as the South Island batting innings. They started off and just got dragged back as perhaps the wicket got a bit slower, the ball got softer. Is that how you read it, Darren?
Yeah, they started off at a good pace, and then I think bowlers got into their line, pulled it back a wee bit, and then they accelerated at the end with wickets in hand. I think that's probably the key, and I think I don't mind seeing these guys bat a few more overs and staying out there and just turning it over. I think wickets at the end is going to be the crucial factor here.
Still plenty of batting in the shed for the North Island. Adrian Dale is batting down the order a little bit today. Not exactly sure why. As we see Bert Horner score a single. Perhaps to give some opportunities to other players. There's also the likes of Simon Dodds, who's an aggressive batsman. Ben Warren, we saw him score some fast runs at the IPT. Of course, the man sitting next to me, Darren Sears, good batsman as well. That's a beautiful shot through cover for Colin Owens. He's timed it nice, it's gone for 4 and brings up 50 for Colin Owens. Well batted, sir. 51 not out off 54 deliveries and 53. And he continues his good form in over 50s cricket. They're batting extremely well at the IPT. He's come out here in his hometown and scored a 50. In good time too. Of course, Adil Samani in the North Island batting lineup as well. He's a good man in for a chase, can score quickly as well. So, yeah, we should be in for a really good contest over these next 25 overs, I think. Yeah, 143 needed off 25 overs. That's just under 5.5 required. Oh, sorry, it's actually 5.7 required. They're going at just under 5.5. So I think they'll want to keep that run rate in check. Wouldn't want it. Although, as Darren said, wickets in hand at the end, anything can happen.
Yeah, there'll be a couple of decent overs come at some stage. It's just a matter of when that will happen. But there's no real need to do anything silly at this stage of things. I think they'll just plan to tick over for another 5 overs and then reassess there with 20 overs to go.
Oh, big shot from Bert Horner on the slog sweep, and it just passed the outstretched hand of Jason Campbell at mid-wicket. Threw one hand out, but couldn't quite get there, and it's gone out to the boundary for 4. So, good aggression from Bert Horner, taking a risk and got away with it. And that helps getting that boundary off the first ball of the over. Gone again. Looking very aggressive. Doesn't connect with that one at all. I think he's eyeing up this vacant mid-wicket boundary. It is a shot that he plays well. And Richard Petrie's identified that, and he's told Jason Campbell to go plug that gap, which he's doing. So maybe that will cut that option out for Horner. We'll see. Maybe he'll just go a little bit straighter. he's on the forward defensive this time. That one was a little bit flatter from Nuttall.
Overall 2, someone wants to come in.
A couple of uncharacteristic wides from Andrew Nuttall in this spell. 2 more there for that last ball. Oh, that's straight. Big appeal for LBW. Maybe. What do you think was wrong with that shot, Darren? Just going down, maybe?
I think it might have been sliding just down leg side by the way that Colin played across it there through the mid wicket. And with the bowler coming over the wicket to the left-hander, it has to stay fairly straight to get an LB.
You're a slow left armer yourself, Darren. What's your main sort of method of dismissal that you're aiming for?
I try and tend to bowl quite straight, wicket to wicket, and try and pick up LBs and bowls. You know, there was one there today, and LB and a bowl today. So you know that's generally try and bowl as straight as possible, and keep and set a straight field. Yes, different bowler.
Scott Mason coming on from the City end, I think, replacing Jason Campbell, whose 6 overs have gone for 28 runs. Scott Mason, as I mentioned before, the second leading wicket taker in New Zealand over 50s cricket. He's taken 41 of those. He's been playing pretty much since the start. First played in the IPP of 2019. Plays for the Canterbury Otago Mainlanders. Christchurch man. Plays President's Grade for, I think, St Albans. He's a left arm medium pace bowler.
Much there.
Just mainly relies on accuracy. I don't think he swings at a huge amount, but he's generally on the spot. Doesn't often go for a huge amount of runs.
Run rate must be.
lefty to lefty. Scott Mason to Colin Owens. So before this match, Scott Mason had 41 wickets at over 50s level at an average of 21 and a run rate of 4.5. And as I said, that's the second most wickets for any New Zealander at this level. A good start from Scott Mason, or Potty as he's known. Not sure what the connection is there, but anyway, he started with a very good over, just one off it.
Yep.
Since the drinks break, we've had 7 overs and 26 runs? 22 runs scored, so
Top one is runs.
just over 3 and over in those 7 overs.
Down.
Things have slowed down a little bit for the North Island.
That's wickets. That's the.
Still going at 5 1/4 and over,
Just,
and that's pretty healthy. Thank you to Darren Sears for his spell of commentary and scoring. He's popping off to do something else, and Nav Harath is sliding into his position. Hello Nav, how are you?
Thank you.
Whoa, Bert Horner goes big. He's timed it well enough. It's just bounced about a metre inside the boundary at a wide long on and gone over that boundary for 4 runs. So nice aggressive hit from Bert Horner. Nicely struck that was. That's his 3rd boundary. That was a very nice shot, wasn't it, Nav? Well, Nev's got a mouth of cream, so he's not quite ready for a spell of commentary yet. He can think about what he's going to say while he finishes his magnum. So how will Nuttall respond? Oh, shorter and flatter and angled into middle and leg. He actually quite likes it when the batsmen go after him, does Andrew Nuttall. He feels it gives him more wicket-taking opportunities. Oh, misfield. Not a very good misfield. I mean, who was that? Craig Gibb, I think, there. Maybe just falling asleep a little bit there. Gibb hasn't had much to do today, didn't bat, hasn't bowled. And actually, was that Craig Gibb? I don't want to defame him.
Yes.
Yeah. Anyway, so they pick up 1. Oh, nicely held back that time from Nuttall. Very low. Owens cuts, but can't beat the field again. Good bit of fielding there by Matt Everest, I think it might be. Anyway, so end of that over, 5 runs off it.
You've got to hold that down. We would do the runs.
Yeah.
So runs, how many runs? 5. Hold that down.
Hold that one down.
And then go 1. Yeah, it says, I was looking for the smiley face before. Where is it? Apparently it's here. I didn't see it before. So it must be next to it. Yeah.
It's a single to Horner as he just pops it out onto the offside, and Richard Petrie comes around to clean up. So with Colin Owens on strike, there's still just 2 men out. There's a fine leg and a deep mid wicket. Those are the only 2 men outside the circle. And he just pushes it onto the offside, and Craig Gibb does do some nice fielding this time. So he's just accumulating now as Colin Owens. He sort of raced to his 50 really at about a run a ball. Now he's just picking up runs here and there, making sure the North Island have a good base to launch for their final chase in the last 15-20 overs. They do need 6 and over from here on in, so they won't want that to balloon too much. Now Harath has finished his ice creams, and he's been contemplating what's been happening on the game, so I'll ask him for his thoughts. As we see a chance for catch, and Craig Gibb makes amends for his previous misfield by catching Bert Horner. Horner went back to pull that one, and he's just hit it straight to the only man in that area, Craig Gibb, who took a very simple catch above his head. And Bert Horner's innings of 28 comes to an end. Caught Gibb, bowled Mason. So that's the breakthrough that South Island would have been looking for, and perhaps just the result of a bit of pressure building up. 4 or 5 tight overs that the South Islanders strung together, and Bert Horner, maybe feeling that pressure mounting, went for a slightly larger shot than he would have otherwise. So it's Adil Samani, I think, is the new batsman, batting at number 4. He's got an excellent record at over 50s level. Before this match, 682 runs at over 50s level at an average of 62. So pretty impressive stats for Adil Samani, former first-class cricketer for Northern Districts, mainly as a leg spinner. Batted 8 or 9 back in those days, but didn't get a bowl today. Anyway, he's facing up to Scott Mason. Had a fantastic PT, did Samani. Averaged in the high 60s with the bat. Also took 6 or 7 wickets. Was very close to being player of the tournament. So interestingly, Andrew Nuttall has been pulled out of the attack, replaced with Greg Stretch, perhaps with the new batsman at the wicket, Richard Petrie, seeing that as an opportunity to sneak in some tight overs. So he's getting Greg Stretch back in. He bowled 4 overs for 15 runs. Greg Stretch back into the attack, as I mentioned. 1 for 16 he has. So he's into his second spell now. So it looks like Petrie's holding Andrew Nuttall back, seeing him as his key weapon, maybe waiting to see how things progress and, if necessary, bowl his remaining 5 overs at a more crucial stage of the innings. Nicely punched down to long on by Samani for his first run of the series. Owen's on the sweep, doesn't make connection with the bat, but gets a bit of pad on it, and they'll take a leg by. So I'm waiting for an opportunity to get the thoughts of Nav Harath, but he's focused intently on the technology here, so I don't want to confuse him. So I'll wait for him to be ready and then to just inspire us with some words of wisdom. How have you seen the game so far, Nev? What do you think?
Pretty good. I think South Island made a pass score, I believe. Just basically, I think we managed to hold them up. When they tried to accelerate, I think we managed to hold them up quite well. Except last 5 or 6 overs, they went and scored few runs. So I think there's a good chance that our guys keep on taking runs now. Score average, in average 4, 5 runs, 6 runs maybe over. It will be gettable. So
All right, there you have it. And Greg Stretch finishes his 5th over. He's got 1 for 18.
runs, 1 to 7. Then wickets, it's alright. Overs, select, up. 24 overs, right? Oh, 25 overs gone, is it?
Yep. Goodbye.
Okay, so I think I got the hang of it now. Good.
Alright, we've got 20 overs to go in this match. 125 needed, so if it was a 2020 match, you'd probably think it was an advantage to the team chasing, needing 125 runs off those 20 overs with 8 wickets in hand. One well-set batsman, one aggressive batsman who's just come to the crease, plenty of batting to come.
Good.
Adil Samani, born in Uganda.
Oh, really?
Learned to play his cricket there. It's actually a reasonable amount of cricket in East Africa. Of course, Uganda close to countries like Kenya, which are known for their cricket, and Zimbabwe, of course. Tanzania, there's a fair bit of cricket there. And moved to New Zealand when I think he was in his early teens.
Right.
Ended up playing for Northern Districts. Might have played a little bit of county cricket at second 11 level, I think. Ooh, nice bit of fielding from Craig Gibbs. So after that one misfield that we gave him a hard time for a few overs ago, he's... in fact, I think that might be John Gary, is it?
Looks like Gary, yeah.
Yeah. That one's in the air. Chance.
Safe.
This is Craig Gibb running back now to field that one. It was in the air for a while off the outside edge, but not really a chance at all. 2 runs to Colin Owens. That's the first sort of aggressive shot we've seen from Colin Owens, really. A little bit out of character. Even though he's hit 6 boundaries, they've all been nice orthodox shots. That was the first sort of angry shot that we've seen from him, I think.
That's the over. 1, 2, 3 off.
Just 3 off that. That was Scott Mason's third. He's got 1 for 6. Run rate required now 6.4, so it has crept up a fair bit in the last 5, 6, 7 overs. And like I keep saying, they won't want that to get out of hand. How high do you think that run rate would be when North Island would start to worry, Nav? Do you think 6.4 is still manageable?
It's still manageable because there's a lot of gaps. It's a bigger field. I think the ground is traveling fast now, and the wicket is obviously flat. When you are bowling, we did not see any swing or spin. So it's a batting wicket, obviously, and then a lot of gaps. And I think still the South Islanders are keeping all the fielders very much closing the circle. So that means I think they are trying to get the batsman to hit over. Probably do a mistake on that, but so we'll see. I wouldn't be worried about much at this stage around run rate actually. Plenty of wickets in hand. So, yeah.
Oh, it's a big aggressive shot, and he's been dismissed. Stumped by Mason Robinson, who loves a stumping, and Samani not heeding the advice of Nav Harath, getting a little bit too worried about that run rate and having a big heave, lost his composure, lost his balance, and lost his wicket as Mason Robinson whipped off the bails. So 3rd wicket down for the North Island. It's that of Adil Samani. Simon Dodds walking to the wicket now at number 5 for the North Island. Yes, another who had a very good IPT, scored a century in one match and 70 in another. So plenty of batting in the North Island side. We haven't even seen Adrian Dale yet, holding himself in reserve. But all new batsmen need a little bit of time just to get going.
Pad it up now, so we go next.
Nice crisp drive to start his innings. So it's 2 wickets now for Greg Stretch, 2 for 18. Not a spectacular looking bowler, Greg Stretch, but he bowls accurately, gets through his overs quickly and fairly economically. So he's doing a really good job for his captain Richard Petrie today. Yeah, wicket maiden for Greg Stretch. The stumping of Adil Samani in that over. Run rate required up to 6.8 when you bowl a maiden. Makes a big difference. Scott Mason will continue. He's bowled economically as well. 1 for 6 off his 3. That's a beautiful shot from Colin Owens though, endangering the man cycling around the boundary with that beautiful flick off his pads. That was really nicely played. 1 bounce, 4 runs. So Colin Owens kind of playing the Richard Petrie role in this innings. We saw Petrie play an uncharacteristically sedate innings. He did score 100, and Colin Owens is batting in a similar manner. Started off quite aggressively and has just settled into that anchor role. 59 years off 76 balls, 74. And he won't pick up a run there, as it's a great bit of fielding from John Gary, I think, or Craig Gibb. I'm having trouble distinguishing John Gary and Craig Gibb at the moment. Everyone wearing the white South Island caps. That's another beautiful shot from Colin Owens onto the back foot, cutting it away, backward a point for another boundary. His second of the over. And he's just accelerating nicely when his team needs him to. Oh, and a nice drive through the covers this time. This may not go to the boundary. It's a fielder chases after it. They've turned for 2 and they'll be happy with 2. Another nice shot though from Owens. Got a pretty simple game plan, Colin Owens. He knows the shots that he's good at, and he just waits till the bowler feeds him in those shots. Strong off his legs, cover drive and the cut. That seemed to be his main shots. Plus a little dab down to third man every now and again. Good over for the North Island, 11 off that one.
Weather seems perfect today. I mean, like these type of days are very rare to come by Wellington. Obviously, not much wind, very light southerlies, I think, and then obviously the best weather you can expect Wellington to throw at in a game of cricket.
Right, I think. Down the leg side. Right, +1. Come on, come back. Oh, he's injured.
Oh, we've got the first injury of the day, perhaps. Colin Owens has pulled up lame as he ran 1 run to go with that wide. Looks like a calf, based on the variety of stretch that he's performing. So we'll deal with this first. It was 2 wides. And just doing a little bit of limbering. A calf or a knee, perhaps. Looks more like a calf. Anyway, we'll see how he goes. Simon Dodd's yet to get off the mark. He's played a couple of solid looking shots, but none of them have produced a run yet. This one does, as it goes out to mid-wicket, and they'll pick up a double to get Dodds off the mark. And Colin Owens managed to run both of those okay, so perhaps his calf isn't as bad as it looked a minute ago. This will test the calf as Colin Owens tickles it around the corner. Seems okay though. Another 2 to end the over, one which produced 4, 5, 6, 7 runs without much fanfare. 1 over before drinks. That will be the last drinks break of the day. We'll be able to reassess the run chase after that. That 30th over will be bowled by Scott Mason, who's bowled 4 of them so far, picked up 1 for 17. Wide to start.
We need cups, so what I'm going to do is take a couple of them.
So it looks like North Island are going to be very similar to what South Island were at the second drinks break. They were 148 were South Island at the drinks break. 149 in fact, so it's going to be pretty even Stevens, but they were very, very slow after that second drinks break. They only went at 3 and over for the next 7 or 8 overs following that drinks break. That's a nice cut in from Colin Owens, but they've got protection out there, and it'll just be a single. Okay, so that is drinks with the score at 153 for 3. We'll, anyway, we'll confirm everything and we'll work out exactly what North Island need in just a few minutes. So an even 100 required from the last 15 overs. As we enter the last stanza of this match, plenty to play for. Pete Escott Trophy. If South Island win this match, then they will retain the trophy because it will be impossible for North Island to steal it off them. If North Island win, well, there's all to play for on Sunday. Also, players looking to impress the selectors with a New Zealand over 50s team to be named after this series to play Australia in July over in Brisbane. Anyway, I think most of the players will be focused on winning the match for their team first. So, as predicted, Andrew Nuttall is returning. He's got 5 overs left, so he'll probably bowl 5 out of the last 15. And then for the other 10. Always been called through. So that's 1 run.
1 run will go to Colin. Now Song break. Yeah. Sorry, now that's 1 dots.
Yeah. So did you? Oh, you just did. Okay. Sorry.
Do it the other way around.
.7 is the run rate required to score those 99 remaining runs. Won't be easy against Andrew Nuttall in particular, especially if a wicket falls and a new batsman has to come in, and especially if that is Colin Owens who's out, then you'll have 2 at the crease. Exciting finish in store, so don't go anywhere for the next 10 or 15 overs. If you're still at work on this Friday afternoon, well, stay at work a little bit longer until you finish the match. Tell your boss you're working hard. They'll pick up a umpire's threatening to signal a leg by. He does. Ooh, it's a good delivery. Beats set batsman Colin Owens outside the off stump and through to keeper Mason Robinson. End of a good tied over from Andrew Nuttall. Just 2 off it.
Mason, your bowler? That's not Scott Mason, is it? No.
156.
5-5.
Scott Mason carrying on, 1 for 22 he has. And Dodds hits down the ground nicely. That's a really good shot. Straight as you like. 4 runs down the ground. Dodds' first boundary, well played by him. We saw a lot of those sort of shots at the IPT. Strong driver of the ball. Powerful batsman. That's a good start to the over for the North Island side. Goes again, but there's protection back there now, and it'll just be single as Greg Stretch comes around. Owens drives as well down to that same fielder, Greg Stretch, at long off, and picks himself up a single. Oi, that's a big shot from Simon Dodds. He hit over straight mid-wicket, all the way for 6. So he's getting into his work now, Simon Dodds. Really nice bit of timing from the big districts batsman. I think he's from the Cambridge area. In the Waikato. Yeah, very nice shot. So he's moved on to 17 from 19. And he'll also pick up a leg bye here. Yep. So this is the over that the North Island would have wanted. 12-13 off it so far. Still a ball to go. Yeah, very good over for North Island. It's brought that run rate required down to below 6.5. So with 13 overs to go, they'll be pretty happy needing under 6.5 and over, I think. With still 7 wickets to go, including plenty of good batsmen. Don't forget the likes of Neil Ronaldson, more of a bowler, but hard-hitting batsman. So if you need a guy to come in and do a similar role to what Jason Campbell did for the South Island, then Neil Ronaldson would be the man. Ben Warren scored some very fast runs at the IPT, so he's capable. And then more established batsmen of the likes of Adrian Dale. And Darren Sear is a good batsman as well. Not forgetting the all-rounders Nav Harath and Tim Horn. Yeah, I mentioned him. Nice flowing drive down to long on for 1. And Colin Owens does the same, punching it down the ground for a single.
I think you're quite up.
So Owens is on 2 and Dodds is on 18.
Yeah, you're quite up. Well done.
Oh, chance of a run out at the bowler's end as the ball deflects accidentally off the bowler. Andrew Nuttall back onto the stumps, but fortunately for Colin Owens, he hadn't backed up too far. It was just a little bit of unnecessary excitement from everybody. It would not have been a nice way to be dismissed. Short and flat from Andrew Nuttall. Prevents a run. So he's only gone for 3.35 and over, Andrew Nuttall, from his 5.4 overs. Hasn't picked up a wicket, but he's very, very tight, as he always is. End of a very good over, just 2 runs off it. And North Island not able to score at both ends. So they may have got 12 runs off the last Scott Mason over, but just 2 runs off that one. So Andrew Nuttall doing a great job for his team, and he's still got 3 overs left. Scott Mason will continue, despite being a little bit leaky in his last over. Good start to the over for Scott Mason. 3 dots in a row to set batsman Colin Owens, but Colin Owens just being patient. Even as that run rate tips over 7 for about the first time in the innings. Calls for a quick single. There's a misfield there from maybe it's John Gary there. And they do pick up 1, but still just singles. slower from Scott Mason that time. .81 off 67 is the equation now. Still feeling confident, Nev Harath from the North Island?
Yeah, I think so. Just I think these two guys has to keep rotating the strike, I think, at this stage. Yeah, so not too many dot balls should be on the over, so at least change the strike over. Yeah, and then find the odd boundary in between. Should be the plan.
That will just be a single to Dodds out to the cover sweeper. So a much better over for Scott Mason, that one, just 2 runs off it.
172, 172 off 34.
John Cleland was the first to go in the North Island innings after he and Colin Owens had put on 69 for the first wicket in pretty quick time, 10 overs in fact. John Cleland was LBW to Greg Stretch for 30 balls. Bert Horner, 28 off 48, and Adil Samani, 3 from 7. Those are the other 2 wickets to fall. Colin Owens has batted through all that. He's unbeaten on 73 at the moment. And he's facing up to Andrew Nuttall. Ooh, nice bit of bowling from Nuttall, beats Dodds off the outside edge. Okay.
It's pretty well marked.
Yeah.
Mm. Oh, Dodds goes for a big shot. It's outside edge though, and it'll be a chase for Scott McHardy, who will pull it in, but they'll take 2. So aggressive shot. Took the outside edge though, but still a double's fairly good result at this point. Owens goes big. This will take some catching. It's definitely catchable and easily done in the end by Kelvin Scott. Just set himself under it and pouched it very comfortably. So that's the end of Colin Owens going for the big shot off Andrew Nuttall. Hit it, he timed it fairly well, but just straight up in the air. Oh, it was Dodds in fact, sorry. Yep, the right-hander. So probably doing what he needed to do, which was go after the bowling, but didn't quite have enough distance on it. The height was good, but not the distance, and he falls for 21. Caught by Kelvin Scott off the bowling of Andrew Nuttall. They crossed. They did.
So did they cross or?
I think they did.
So Colin should be, and that's 8 went out. Yeah.
And that wicket brings the Auckland, North Island and New Zealand captain, Adrian Dale, to the wicket. Usually bats at number 3 for all those 3 teams, but today he's coming in at number 6. And usually likes to take a few balls to get his eye in. Let's see if he has that luxury today. Vastly experienced player, played approximately 1 million first-class games for Glamorgan, mainly during the 90s, and moved to New Zealand about 15 or 20 years ago. Worked for New Zealand Cricket, played for Cornwall Cricket Club, New Zealand over 50s, and has been the captain for the last 2 or 3 years. Anyway, he's the new batsman. The set batsman is Colin Owens, who's on 73. How's he going to play it? Goes back and cuts that one for 1. That's all the... So, does that wicket perhaps push the pendulum slightly back in the South Island's favour? It's still a bit of chasing they need to do. 77 off 62, 6 wickets in hand. While Colin Owens has anchored the innings very well, we don't know if he has that ability to shift through the gears and score at 7.5 and over, or whether it'll be up to Adrian Dale to hit some boundaries. I'm sure he'll just work his way into this innings. Well, it's a fairly aggressive shot first off, and I think he may have timed it well enough to go to the cover boundary. No, it's pulling up short, and they will take 3. So 3 off the first ball he faces. Adrian Dale, he's hobbling a bit, coming into this series with an injury to his knee. He's had a few injuries this season, hasn't bowled at all, and hurt his knee recently, so we'll see how he gets through today. Seven runs off that over, so in terms of runs it wasn't too bad. There was a wicket there as well though for Nuttall. So there's been some good partnerships in this innings. There was 69 for the first wicket, 31, 54 for the second wicket, 45 for the fourth wicket. But it's only really Colin Owens who's pushed on. Starts for Cleland and Horner and Dodds, but none of them able to push on past 32. Pick of the bowlers, perhaps Greg Stretch. He's taken 2 for 26 from 7, that's 3.7 and over. Andrew Nuttall has 1 for 26 off 7, so very similar figures. The others have gone around the park a little bit. Kelvin Scott went for 7.75, McCarty for 7 and over. Scott Mason has gone for 5 and over. He's continuing now. 1 for 36 from 7. And that's a solid shot from Colin Owens, which will go to the boundary. Hoisted away over mid-wicket into that gap there. And it's his 9th boundary in his total of 79. So showing us that maybe he does have that extra gear. And he's beaten the field again. Diving Jason Campbell at third man won't stop that one, and goes down to the boundary at third man for a second consecutive boundary to Colin Owens as he tried to cut that one. Probably went finer than he was aiming it, but the result is 4 runs, so 8 runs off 2 balls. It's very handy for Colin Owens and the North Island. So Owens into the 80s now. Will he join Richard Petrie as a century maker in this match?
I think that wicket was actually an advantage for the North.
So from memory, I think we've had 2 centuries made at North Island versus South Island level. John Cleland scored one last season. Richard Petrie scored one today, so that's 2, and then if Colin Owens can get one, that'll be 3. Very honourable mention to Kelvin Scott, who scored 99 in the first North Island, South Island series in Nelson, way back in 2018. Full toss, which has gone over the head of the deep backward square leg fielder and over the boundary right in front of us here for the 3rd boundary of the over off the bat of Colin Owens. He moves up to 88, and that's 14 runs off this Scott Mason over, so he's not really been able to bowl the tight death overs that his captain would have hoped from him. A couple of full tosses in this over. And Owens on the cut again, but there's protection this time, and it'll just be a single. Still 15 runs off the over. That's a big over that's changed the course of this match, perhaps. Brought the run rate required down to under 6.5 again. 6.44 it is. 58 runs needed off 54 balls. Nuttall has 2 overs left now. South Island will be hoping for something pretty special from him. He's taken 1 for 26 from 7. But I think they'd like a couple more wickets in that wickets column. Been a really good innings from Colin Owens today. Right from ball 1 or ball 2, he looked confident, hit 3 or 4 boundaries in the first 2 or 3 overs, and then he consolidated in the middle stages, and when he's needed to, he's put the hammer down again here towards the end. 90 not out, 102 balls, 11 boundaries. Really anchored this North Island chase in a similar way to what John Cleland did last year. Nice bit of fielding by Andrew Nuttall off his own bowling that was firmly struck back by Adrian Dale. I thought it had beaten Nuttall, but he got down very quickly for a man of 64. Great battle this between the leading wicket taker in New Zealand over 50s cricket and the leading run scorer. Nuttall versus Dale, 2 of the stars of over 50s cricket in this country over the last, well, since its inception really, back in 2017. Oh, Dale goes back to a full ball and slams that through the covers, so wins that little battle. That was a beautiful shot. It wasn't short at all, but he went right back and picked the gap beautifully. A high-class shot. So he's been very positive since he came out here. Adrian Dale, 8 off 4 balls, including that, his first boundary. And then he'll pick up at least one here. It'll just be one, in fact. So that's the 200 up for the North Island, and they now need 52 or 50 balls, so that pendulum is swinging back in their favour now. I'd say they're definitely the firm favourites to win from this point. Two smart batsmen at the crease who aren't going to do anything silly, I don't think. They're just picking up singles and then the odd, well, boundary and over really. So good batting.
Checking if CC's on 91.
91, yeah.
And 8, can you ball 9?
Yeah.
Change of bowling, Jason Campbell being called into the attack following a couple of loose overs by Scott Mason. So I suspect Richard Petrie will be asking Jason Campbell to bowl wicket to wicket, maybe try and grab an LBW or a bowled or something like that. Field is, well, it's spread fairly wide really. That one's been tickled around the corner, giving Andrew Nuttall a bit of a chase right out to the boundary. He hauls it in just inside. And they pick up 2.
93.
More runs, that's gone fine. That's going to go for 4. No one's hauling that in. Leg glance, very nicely played. He's very strong off his legs. Colin Owens doesn't miss out very much, like a lot of left-handers. So he's up to 97 now, just 3 runs away from what will be his second over 50s century. He scored one in the IPT back in January. So in very good form this season, Colin Owens. Misprint. Okay, Campbell to Owens on 97, make 58 now. Another run into the leg side. And Jason Campbell not proving any more economical than his assessor Scott Mason. No. Campbell gets into his bowling action and then pulls out and gives Colin Owens a bit of an angry stare as he had started to wander out of his crease. That might be his official warning. Bowls this time, and Dale pushes him down to long on for a single. So Colin Owens on 98, just 2 runs short of his century. We'll pick up one of them here as he hits the ball straight to mid-wicket and runs without any fear of losing his wicket. That calf injury he had earlier seems to have dissipated. Full toss, which Dale plays very correctly, up to long on, wide long on for a single. So runs off every ball in that over. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 runs off it.
Yeah, so it's coming back to the winning formula. I think just more runs, basically. Use those top balls to become singles, and then one ball to become 4 runs. Obviously, practice all.
So Andrew Nuttall, the South Island kingpin, has just 1 over left to try and work some magic. He's bowled 8 overs, 1 for 33. He's been excellent again, but hasn't managed to rip through the North Island batting lineup. Dale goes back again, he uses his crease so beautifully, goes right back to that ball that wasn't short, and that's what sets him apart from a lot of other batsmen, as he's able to use the crease and create run scoring opportunities. Anyway, here's Colin Owens on 99. One run short of 100. Can he do it off this ball? Big shout for LBW. Heart in the mouth stuff there, as he just tried to turn it onto the onside and pick up that 100th run, but missed it completely and struck on the pad. That wouldn't have been a fun way to go. Can he pick up the century off this ball? Oh, he's hit it straight to the fielder, and he's running, and he's going to get through. Gets through for the 100. Well done. Well batted, Colin Owens. 100 not out. Opening the batting for the North Island, and scores his second over 50s century. Tapped it straight to the fielder, who was only standing about 5 metres away from him, but Adrian Dale probably knew what he was up to and just responded to the call of yes and came charging through, helped his opening batsman out, and Owens reaches the 100. Well done. 100 not out from 109 deliveries. Adrian Dale also pushes and runs. So 100 off 109 deliveries, 12 boundaries in there. It's a strike rate of 91. So good scoring rate, good volume of runs for the North Island opener, Colin Owens. But can he bring his team home now? They still need to run a ball. He won't run this time. So that's the end of the Andrew Nuttall spell. Wasn't able to get a wicket in that over. 9 overs, 1 for 36. So excellent spell, as always, from Nuttall. But one suspects that might have been the South Islanders' last roll of the dice in terms of winning this game. So things looking pretty good for the North Island at this point. They've constructed their chase pretty well, I think. Would you agree, Nav? The timing of everything?
Yeah, I think so. I think the batting depth, basically, I think that should have been the answer here, and then I think these two guys can finish it off.
Swung lustily over square leg. That's a beautiful shot, and mainly timing, not a huge amount of aggression in the shot, but beautifully timed. And went sailing over, or flat actually, quite flat over square leg. Beautiful shot. That's his first 6 of the innings. And having reached that century, he's maybe cutting loose a little bit. More runs this time, just pushing it out to the offside for a single. Yes, Richie Benno. Oh, full toss, high full toss actually from Jason Campbell. Not called a no ball, but it must have been close. Still to a batsman on 107, he probably wouldn't mind that too much, and he knocks it away to backward point for a single. Does Colin Owens. Into the over. 10 off it, including that 6 for Colin Owens. So the run rate required, only 5.6 now. That's exactly what they're scoring at the moment. So they need 28 off 30 balls. Plenty of wickets left, 6 of them in fact. And with Nuttall having bowled his loss at 9, they need a new bowler, and it may be that Kelvin Scott comes back into the attack. We'll confirm that. He's even on the field, is he? Petrie's off the field. Kel Surprise, and looks like Craig Gibb has taken over as fielding captain.
Overs to go.
So it will be Kelvin Scott to replace Andrew Nuttall. One Christchurch man replacing another. Okay. Nice shot from Owens out to the cover sweeper, just one.
for singles here. Yeah, run a ball. Yeah. On forward. Yeah.
Oh, that's nicely played by Adrian Dale. Oh, I didn't see the man there. He'd played it beautifully, Adrian Dale, but there was a man covering it on the mid-wicket boundary, just sort of scooped it over the head of the infielder.
230, so 23.
So Colin Owens on 110. His other century that he scored was 111. So he should be able to exceed that score. He scored that 111 in the IPT in Blenheim back in January. So he equals that now. And in fact it's going to go away for 4. So he'll... no, it doesn't. Pulled up just inside the boundary. So still he'll get 2 and move to 112, which is his highest score in over 50s cricket. So there's 12 scores higher than his in New Zealand over 50s cricket. Highest of the lot is Adrian Dale's 155 not out, which he scored against Canterbury. Andrew Hoare scored 145 in the final of this year's IPT, and Richard Petrie scored 144 in last year's IPT. Those are the 3 highest scores at over 50s level. Owens won't have a chance to get near those, but he could definitely get into the top 10 if he scores another 3 or 4 more runs. Okay, Greg Stretch is going to have another bowl. Jason Campbell having been a bit expensive today, he's gone for 6 and over. Greg Stretch has bowled very well, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 25. So things looking pretty comfortable for the North Island at this stage. They only need 4.75 and over. That's 19 off 24 balls. 6 wickets in hand. Pretty easy equation from here on in with these 2 experienced, skillful batsmen at the crease. Oh, and having said that, looks like there's just been a magical leg side stumping from the leg side stumping specialist, Mason Robinson. So it was down the leg side. Adrian Dale went to flick it away, missed it, and Mason Robinson, as quick as a flash always on the leg side there, whipped off the bails. He loves the leg side stumping. Right, so Ben Warren coming in now with 18 needed off 24 balls. One would have expected Adrian Dale to see out that run chase, but fell victim to a very sharp stumping by Mason Robinson. Still alert even at this. And Greg Stretch picks up his 3rd wicket, so he's had a good spell. Hasn't even started his 8th over yet. Got a wicket off it already. And that one's... oh, chance at the bowler's end. So it's all happening here at Karori Park. What have we got? A leg by. That's the end result. Colin Owen's still there. He's seen 5 batsmen come and go. He's batted right through. Been on the field for every ball of the match, I think. Good effort from him. He's going to pick up another one, maybe 2. It will be 2. Ben Warren's sprinting through looking for 3, but Colin Owens says, I've been on the field for every ball of this match. I'll just settle for 2. Moves to 114. Again, dabs it behind point. Just 1 this time. It's a favoured shot of his. Ben Warren uses crease well, goes right back and knocks that one out into the cover region for his first run. Right, so just 12 runs needed now off the last 3 overs. Still need to score them though. So they won't want to have a super tight over here, the North Islanders. They'll still want to be continuing at 4 or 5 and over, and they might not even want it to go to the last over if possible. Let's see what Kelvin Scott can do. He's been a little bit ineffective today, going for 8 and over. Not his usual economical self. Crisp cover drive by Colin Owens. Out to Hamish French on the boundary for another single. It's on 117 now.
walks around here, don't they?
Another cut from Colin Owens. We've seen that a lot today. Picks up his 118th run.
Required.
Nice flick of his legs from Ben Warren for a single. End of the 43rd over, just 2 overs to go, but only 8 runs required. Kelvin Scott's gone at 7 1/3 and over. 2 Owens. Owens looks pretty set on batting through this innings. I don't think he'd want to give it away at this point, having done all this hard work. Just picks up another single out to backward point, as he's done so often today. Scored most of his runs either there or through mid-wicket or down the ground. A few through the covers too. Mm-hmm. Oh, big hit from Ben Warren. It's going out towards the boundary. It might get cut off. Oh, he hadn't hit it quite as well as I thought initially. It looked like he'd got most of it, but pulled up inside the boundary, and Scott McCarty trotted around, picked it up, and 2 runs. Ben Warren. 5 to win. Goes for a similar shot, gets it square, finer. I think 1 run to win off 8 balls. Here we go, the last ball of the match, perhaps. Yes, it is. Smashed away for 4 by Ben Warren to win the match for the North Island. It goes to the nest to go and trot after it, but the game is over. North Island have won this match by 5 wickets, chasing down 253 to win with an over and a ball to spare. Ben Warren ending 12 not out off 8 balls. But the star of the show, Colin Owens, 120 not out from 126 balls, 12 fours and a 6.
We'll just balance it up, but just wait for a second to make sure the balance is 10. Tim, is Tim there? No.
Thank you, Richie. So you had to chase that one down like you did. No, the spectators. No.